Hello everyone, and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying this video. Story 1. I found a scratch on my phone case. It was thin but deep, cutting across the smooth surface in a way that caught the light. I frowned, running my finger over it, trying to remember when it had happened. My phone was always either in my hand or on my nightstand. I rarely dropped it, and even when I did, it never left a mark like this. Something about it felt off, but I shook the thought away, telling myself it was just wear and tear. Later that evening, as I lay in bed, I picked up my phone again, turning it over in my hands. The scratch almost looked intentional, like it had been made with something sharp. I felt a slight unease creep into my chest, but I pushed it aside. It was just a scratch, nothing more. I set the phone down and turned off the light, letting the darkness settle around me. The house was quiet, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock in the living room. I woke up in the middle of the night, my body tense before I even opened my eyes. Something had pulled me from sleep, though I could not say what. The air in my room felt different, heavier. I reached for my phone, but the moment my fingers touched it, I froze. The scratch felt deeper than before. My breath caught in my throat as I lifted it, turning the screen toward me. The dim glow illuminated my room just enough for me to see that my closet door was slightly open. I was certain I had closed it before going to bed. A cold chill ran down my spine as I sat up slowly, my eyes locked on the dark gap between the door and the frame. My mind raced with possibilities, but none of them made sense. I strained my ears, listening for any movement, any sound that might tell me I was not alone. The silence stretched, pressing down on me like a weight. I forced myself to stand, my legs unsteady beneath me. Every step toward the closet felt like a mistake, but I could not ignore it. My fingers trembled as I reached for the handle, gripping it tightly before pulling the door open all the way. The darkness inside seemed to swallow the weak light from my phone. I held my breath, waiting for something to happen. Nothing did. The closet was empty, just as it should have been. I exhaled shakily, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the best of me. But as I turned away, something made me glance down. My heart stopped. There was a single, deep scratch running across the wooden floor, just inside the closet. My mind struggled to process it. That had not been there before. I was sure of it. I backed away slowly, gripping my phone so tightly my fingers ached. My pulse pounded in my ears as I climbed back into bed, pulling the covers up as if they could protect me. I did not sleep for the rest of the night, my eyes flicking between the closet and my phone, the scratch on both feeling like a message I did not understand. My morning exhaustion weighed on me, but I forced myself to move. I needed to clear my head. Maybe I had scratched my phone in my sleep. Maybe I had missed the mark on the floor before. I clung to those explanations because the alternative was too unsettling to consider. I went through my day as usual, but the feeling of unease never left me. When I returned home, I hesitated before entering my room. Everything looked the same, but I could not shake the feeling that something had shifted. I placed my phone on my nightstand and glanced at the closet, making sure the door was firmly shut. That night, I woke again. My room was still, but something felt different. I reached for my phone, dreading what I might find. My fingers brushed against the case, and my stomach twisted. There was another scratch, fresh. My breath hitched as I sat up, my hands shaking. The closet door was open again. Story 2. I always make sure to lock my doors before going to bed. It is a habit I have followed for as long as I can remember. Every night, I check the front door, the windows, and finally, the back door. I turn the lock, pull on the handle, and even give it an extra push just to be sure. I have never forgotten, not once. That is why when I woke up this morning and found my back door unlocked, my blood ran cold. At first, I thought I must have made a mistake. Maybe I had been too tired the night before and forgotten to lock it. That would be the logical explanation. But deep down, I knew that was not true. I remembered checking it. I remembered hearing the faint click of the lock sliding into place. My stomach twisted as I stood there, staring at the door. The lock was turned, the handle slightly ajar, as if someone had opened it during the night. A wave of unease washed over me. Had someone been in my house? The thought sent chills down my spine. My first instinct was to check every room. I moved cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. The living room looked normal. The kitchen was just as I had left it. Nothing seemed out of place, but that did not mean I was alone. I gripped my phone tightly, ready to call for help if needed. I checked the bedrooms, the closets, even under the furniture. There was no one there. Nothing was missing, nothing was broken. But that did not make me feel any better. The idea that someone had been inside while I was asleep made my skin crawl. I kept replaying the night before in my head, trying to remember if I had heard anything unusual. I could not recall any strange sounds, no creaking floors or quiet footsteps. But maybe I had been too deep in sleep to notice. I went back to the door and inspected it closely. There were no signs of forced entry, no scratches around the lock, no marks on the frame. It was as if it had simply been unlocked from the inside. I thought about the possibility that I had sleepwalked and unlocked it myself, but I had never done anything like that before. It did not seem likely. The rest of the day, I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Every little noise made me jump. The sound of the wind against the window, the creak of the floorboards, even the hum of the refrigerator felt ominous. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe there was some simple explanation I had not thought of yet. That night, I made sure to lock the back door again. I double-checked it 3 times, pulling on the handle until I was absolutely certain it was locked. I even placed a chair in front of it, hoping that would give me some peace of mind. But sleep did not come easily. I lay in bed, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign that something was wrong. When morning came, I hesitated before getting up. A sinking feeling settled in my stomach as I walked toward the back door. My breath caught in my throat as I saw it standing slightly open. The chair I had placed in front of it had been moved just enough for someone to get through. My hands shook as I reached for the handle. The lock was turned again, just like before. Panic surged through me. This was not just my imagination. Something was happening, and I had no explanation for it. I checked every inch of the house again, looking for any clue that someone had been inside. Nothing was missing. Nothing was out of place. It was as if the door had unlocked itself. But that was impossible. Oh, I did not know what to do. Calling for help felt pointless when there was no evidence of a break-in. Who would believe that my door was unlocking itself at night? I decided to set up a small camera facing the back door. If someone was getting in, I needed to know who it was. That night, I locked the door as usual. I placed the chair in front of it again and checked that the camera was recording. Then, I went to bed hoping that by morning I would have some answers. Sleep did not come easily. I lay there for hours, waiting for something to happen. When morning came, my heart pounded as I reached for my phone. I pulled up the footage with shaky hands and pressed play. The screen showed the back door, the chair sitting in front of it just as I had left it. Hours passed in the recording with nothing happening. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., the lock turned. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. The door opened slowly, but there was no one there. The chair slid aside, as if being pushed by an invisible force. The door remained open for a few moments before it gently closed again. My mind raced as I replayed the footage over and over. There was no person, no shadow, no sign of anything at all. I did not know what to think. There had to be an explanation, something logical that I was missing. But no matter how many times I watched the video, I could not find one. I deleted the footage, not wanting to see it again. I refused to believe what my eyes had shown me. That night, I locked the back door one final time. Then I took a screwdriver and removed the entire lock. I replaced it with a brand new one, making sure it was secure. I pushed the heaviest piece of furniture I had in front of the door, leaving no way for it to move. Morning came, and the door was still locked. It had not moved. The chair remained in place, untouched. I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. Whatever had been happening, it was over. I did not know why, and I did not care. I just wanted to feel safe again. I never spoke about it to anyone. Even now, I avoid thinking about it for too long. I do not have an explanation, and maybe that is for the best. All I know is that I will never let my guard down again, and I will never leave my back door unchecked. Story 3. I walked out to my car early in the morning, expecting the usual routine of another day. The air was crisp, the sky still holding on to the last shades of night. I yawned as I approached my vehicle, but then I stopped. Sitting perfectly in the center of my car hood was a small paper crane. It was neatly folded, delicate, and untouched by the elements. My first thought was confusion. Who would leave something like this? I glanced around, scanning the empty street. The neighborhood was quiet, and nothing seemed out of place. My car was parked in the driveway just as I had left it the night before. I had not seen or heard anything unusual. The paper crane was completely unexpected. I hesitated before picking it up, carefully turning it over in my fingers. There was nothing written on it, no sign of who might have left it. A strange feeling settled in my stomach. It was just a piece of paper, yet something about it felt deliberate. It was not trash, not something that had blown onto my car by accident. Someone had placed it there. I set it on the passenger seat and got into my car, still feeling uneasy. I started the engine and pulled out of the driveway, but my mind kept circling back to that small folded bird. All day I could not shake the thought of it. I replayed the moment over and over, trying to make sense of it. And could it have been a prank? A random act of kindness? A message? The possibilities ran through my mind, none of them offering real answers. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. If someone had wanted to leave me a note, why not just write one? Why a paper crane? That night, I locked my doors as usual and checked the windows before going to bed. I felt silly for being on edge over something so small, but I could not ignore the unease creeping into my thoughts. It was the not knowing that unsettled me the most. Someone had been close enough to leave it on my car. That meant someone had been watching. The next morning I hesitated before stepping outside. My heart pounded as I looked toward my car. I half expected to see something else waiting for me. But the hood was empty. No paper crane, no sign that anyone had been there. I exhaled, relieved but still wary. Maybe it had been a one-time thing. Maybe I was overthinking it. I went about my day, trying to move on from the strange occurrence. But later that evening, when I returned home, I felt my chest tighten. Sitting in the exact same spot on my car hood was another paper crane, identical to the first one. I stood frozen in my driveway, the street eerily quiet around me. My skin prickled with unease. I forced myself to walk forward, keeping my eyes on the small folded figure. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. Just like before, there was nothing written on it, no sign of its origin. My heart pounded as I looked around, searching for anyone watching from the shadows. I saw nothing, but that did not mean no one was there. I rushed inside and locked the door behind me. My hands were shaking as I set the crane down on the table. This was not random. Someone was doing this intentionally. But why? I thought about calling someone for advice, but what would I even say? That someone was leaving paper cranes on my car. It sounded ridiculous. I barely slept that night. Every little sound made me sit up, straining to hear more. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone trying to scare me? Was it some kind of game? The worst part was not knowing the intent behind it. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was being watched without realizing it. The next morning, I was almost too afraid to look, but I forced myself to step outside. My breath caught in my throat. This time there were 2 cranes, sitting side by side on my hood. My pulse pounded in my ears. I clenched my jaw and scanned my surroundings, my nerves stretched thin. Someone was increasing the number. Someone wanted me to notice. I grabbed the cranes and stormed inside, my mind made up. I needed to take control of the situation. I set up a camera aimed directly at my driveway, hoping to catch whoever was responsible. If they came back, I would have proof. At the very least, I would know who was behind this. That night, I barely slept again. My body tensed at every small creak of the house. My thoughts spiraled into worst-case scenarios. The hours crawled by until morning finally arrived. I forced myself to check the footage, my fingers cold as I pressed play. At first, the screen showed nothing but my empty driveway. Hours passed in silence. Then, just before dawn, movement. A figure stepped into view. My breath hitched as I leaned in closer. They moved slowly, almost cautiously, toward my car. The image was too dark to make out any features, but I could see their hands as they reached out and gently placed another crane onto the hood. They stood there for a long moment, unmoving, before turning and walking away. A chill ran down my spine. They had been so close. I had been inside, completely unaware. I rewound the footage, watching again, trying to make sense of it. They did not try to break in. They did not vandalize anything. They just left the crane and left. I decided I could not ignore it anymore. I contacted the authorities and showed them the footage. They took my concerns seriously and agreed to monitor the area. They advised me to stay alert and report anything unusual. It was not the resolution I had hoped for, but at least someone else knew what was happening. That night, I left my porch light on and kept my phone close. But no new cranes appeared. Days passed, then weeks. The paper birds stopped coming. Whoever had been leaving them had either moved on or realized I was no longer going to ignore it. I never found out who was behind it or what their intentions were, but I knew one thing for certain. Someone had been there. Someone had been watching, and I would never again ignore the smallest signs that something was wrong. Story 4. The morning air was crisp as I stepped outside to grab the newspaper. The sun had barely risen, casting long shadows across my front yard. Everything seemed as it should be until my eyes landed on something out of place. A small twig, snapped in half, lay near my walkway. At first, it seemed insignificant, but something about it caught my attention. It was not just any twig. It was freshly broken, the exposed wood still pale and splintered. I glanced around, trying to see where it had come from. There were no trees nearby that matched its size or shape. That was the first thing that made me uneasy. The second was the fact that it was placed directly in my path, as if it had been put there intentionally. I bent down and picked it up, turning it over in my hand. The break was clean, not the result of natural wear or wind. Someone had stepped on it, snapping it in half. My yard was usually undisturbed. I knew how everything looked each morning, and this twig had not been there the day before. The realization sent a quiet chill down my spine. I scanned the grass and the sidewalk for more signs of disturbance. At first I saw nothing unusual, but then, near the edge of my driveway, I spotted something else. A faint mark in the dirt, like the impression of a shoe. It was subtle, barely noticeable, but it was there. Someone had walked across my yard recently, and I had no idea who or why. My mind immediately went to my security camera. I hurried inside, my heart beating a little faster than usual. I pulled up the footage from the night before and scrolled through it carefully. Hours passed with nothing happening, just the usual stillness of my quiet street. But then, just past 3 a.m, something changed. A shadow moved along the edge of the frame. It was quick, just a brief flicker in the dim glow of the streetlight. I ruined and watched again, this time slowing it down. The figure was hard to make out, but it was there. Someone had walked past my house, paused at the edge of my yard, and then disappeared out of view. I leaned in closer, trying to see more details. The person was dressed in dark clothing, their features obscured. They did not come to my door or linger for long, but they had stepped onto my property. That much was clear. The broken twig, the faint footprint, the brief presence caught on camera, it all pointed to someone being here while I slept. A cold unease settled in my chest. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was just a passerby taking a shortcut. Maybe it was nothing. But why at 3 a.m? And why did they stop right there, in that exact spot? The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. I decided to check outside again, this time more thoroughly. I walked around my yard, looking for anything else that seemed out of place. The grass near the sidewalk was slightly pressed down, like someone had stood there for a moment before moving on. I followed the faint trail toward the street, but it disappeared before I could make sense of it. For the rest of the day, I could not shake the feeling that someone had been watching my house. I double-checked the locks, made sure the windows were secure, and kept my phone close. Nothing else happened, but the thought of that figure in the footage stayed with me. That night, I had trouble sleeping. Every sound seemed louder, every creak of the house more noticeable. I found myself listening for footsteps outside, expecting to hear something that never came. The logical part of me kept saying it was nothing, but my gut told me otherwise. The next morning, I checked my yard again. The broken twig was gone. I had not moved it, yet it was no longer there. The grass that had been slightly pressed down looked normal, as if nothing had happened. It was as if the whole thing had been erased. I checked the footage once more, just to be sure. This time there was nothing. No shadowy figure, no movement, nothing out of the ordinary. It was as if whoever had been there had decided not to come back. Maybe they had gotten what they wanted, or maybe they had realized I was watching now. Days passed, and the feeling of unease slowly faded. I never found out who had been in my yard that night or why they had been there. But one thing was certain, I would always notice the small details from now on. A broken twig, a faint footprint, a shadow in the night. Sometimes the smallest things are the ones that matter most. Story 5. I woke up feeling oddly unsettled, though I could not immediately pinpoint why. The morning light filtered through my curtains, casting soft shadows across my room. As I sat up and rubbed the sleep from my eyes, I noticed something on the window. A faint smudge on the glass caught my attention, standing out against the otherwise clean surface. I frowned, trying to recall if I had touched the window recently, but I knew I had not. Curious, I got out of bed and walked over to inspect it. The smudge was subtle but distinct, as if someone had pressed their fingers against the glass and then wiped them away. I reached out and ran my hand over it, but the surface felt smooth. There was no moisture or dust, nothing that explained why it was there. A strange chill ran down my spine as I considered the possibility that it had not been there the night before. I glanced outside, half expecting to see someone lingering near my window, but the yard was empty. It was early, and the neighborhood was still quiet. Shaking off the unease, I told myself it was nothing. Maybe it had been there for a while, and I was just now noticing it. I grabbed a cloth and wiped it away, watching as the glass became perfectly clear again. With a deep breath, I pushed the thought aside and went on with my morning routine. The rest of the day passed without incident, and by evening I had all but forgotten about the smudge. I went through my usual routine, showering, brushing my teeth, and settling into bed with a book. The house was quiet, the only sounds coming from the occasional creaks of the settling walls. As I turned off the lamp and closed my eyes, the unease from that morning crept back in. I told myself I was being ridiculous and forced my mind to focus on sleep. Sometime during the night, I woke up abruptly. My chest felt heavy, as if something had pulled me out of sleep. The room was dark, the air still and silent. I turned my head toward the window, my breath catching in my throat. The smudge was back. Even in the dim light, I could see the faint outline against the glass. My pulse quickened as I pushed the covers aside and sat up, my hands gripping the edge of the mattress. I did not want to get up. I did not want to look closer, but I forced myself to move. Standing slowly, I took careful steps toward the window, my heart pounding in my chest. The smudge was in the exact same spot as before, as if it had never been wiped away. My stomach tightened as I stared at it, dread settling deep in my bones. With shaky hands, I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The bright beam illuminated the glass, revealing the smudge more clearly. It was not just a random mark. It looked like a fingerprint, or maybe several overlapping ones. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. I lived alone. No one had been near my window. I forced myself to look outside, scanning the darkness for any movement. The yard was still empty, nothing but the faint outline of trees in the distance. The street beyond was quiet, not a single car or person in sight. I swallowed hard, my mind racing with possibilities. Maybe it was just condensation, or maybe I had not cleaned it as well as I thought. I wanted to believe that, but something deep inside me knew better. I backed away from the window and climbed back into bed, pulling the covers up to my chin. Sleep did not come easily after that. Every creak of the house made me flinch, and I found myself staring at the window more than once. By the time morning came, I felt exhausted. The first thing I did after getting up was check the glass. The smudge was still there. Determined to put an end to my paranoia, I grabbed a cleaning solution and wiped the window down thoroughly. I made sure the glass was spotless, checking from multiple angles to confirm that the mark was gone. Satisfied, I stepped back and exhaled. It was just a strange coincidence, nothing more. That night, I hesitated before turning off the lights. I glanced at the window one last time, reassuring myself that it was clean. Then, with a deep breath, I climbed into bed and closed my eyes. Hours later, I woke up again. My body was tense before I even opened my eyes, as if I already knew what I would see. Slowly, I turned my head toward the window. The smudge was back. A sharp chill ran down my spine as I sat up, my breath coming in short, uneven bursts. My hands gripped the blanket tightly, my mind struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. There was no logical explanation. The glass had been clean when I went to bed. I had checked it myself. Panic set in as I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The mark was exactly the same as before, unmoved, unchanged. It was not just a smudge, it was a print. Someone or something had touched my window. I felt a deep, gut-wrenching fear rise in my chest as I slowly turned to look around my dark room. Nothing seemed out of place, but the air felt heavy, as if something unseen was lingering nearby. I needed to get out of there. Without hesitation, I grabbed my phone, keys, and a jacket before rushing out of my bedroom. I turned on every light as I moved through the house, checking the doors and windows. Everything was locked, just as I had left it. No signs of a break-in, no signs that anyone had been inside. And yet, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. I stayed in the living room with the television on, keeping my back to the wall. When morning finally came, I made a decision. I was not staying in that house any longer. I packed a bag, grabbed my essentials, and left. I did not know if I would ever get an answer for what had been happening, but I knew one thing for sure. Some things are better left unexplained. Story 6. I was alone in the house, enjoying the quiet evening with a book in my hands. The living room lamp cast a warm glow, and the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen was the only sound breaking the silence. The wind outside rattled the windows occasionally, but I had grown used to it. It was peaceful, the kind of night that made me feel safe in my own space. Then I heard it. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. A faint, distant whistling drifted through the air, so soft that I almost ignored it. I turned the page of my book, shaking off the uneasy feeling creeping into my chest. But then it came again, clearer this time, and my fingers tensed around the paper. It was coming from the basement. I sat frozen, listening closely, hoping it was just the pipes or the wind playing tricks on me. The whistling was slow and deliberate, a simple tune repeating itself in an eerie rhythm. My stomach twisted as I realized it was not random. Someone was whistling down there. I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe an old vent was catching the wind just right, or some sound from outside was echoing through the house. But as I sat there, the whistling continued, steady and unbroken. I glanced toward the basement door, which was just beyond the kitchen. It was closed, just as I had left it earlier. The idea of someone being down there sent a cold shiver up my spine. I told myself it was impossible. The doors were locked, and no one had come in. But the sound was real. My mind raced with possibilities, none of them comforting. I stood up slowly, setting my book aside. My legs felt unsteady as I moved toward the kitchen, my ears straining for any change in the sound. As I reached the basement door, the whistling stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise itself. My heart pounded as I placed my hand on the doorknob, unsure if I should open it or walk away. Logic told me to call someone, maybe even the police. But part of me felt ridiculous. What would I say? That I heard whistling and got scared. It sounded foolish, but every instinct in me screamed that something was wrong. I hesitated, then pressed my ear against the door, holding my breath. The silence stretched on for what felt like forever. Then, a faint creak echoed from below. My stomach dropped as I stumbled back from the door. Someone was moving in the basement. I grabbed my phone with shaky hands and dialed. My voice was barely above a whisper as I told the operator what was happening. They asked if I was sure someone was inside. I wanted to say no, that it was all a mistake, but deep down I knew the truth. The operator told me to stay put and keep the door locked. Help was on the way. I nodded even though they could not see me, my eyes locked on the basement door. Every second felt like an hour as I waited. My breathing was shallow, my hands damp with sweat. The house was deathly quiet, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. Then, just as I thought I might have imagined it all, the doorknob rattled. I gasped and stumbled back, my pulse racing. Someone was trying to open the door from the other side. My breath hitched as I watched the knob twist slowly, methodically, like whoever was there wanted me to know they were real. I backed away, clutching my phone tightly. A loud knock made me jump, but this time, it was not from the basement. The police had arrived. Relief flooded me as I rushed to the front door, unlocking it with shaky hands. 2 officers stepped inside, their eyes scanning the room. I pointed toward the basement, struggling to find the words to explain what had happened. They nodded and moved toward the door, one of them drawing his weapon. I stood frozen as they opened the door and descended the stairs. The silence stretched on, broken only by their careful movements below. My heart pounded as I waited, every second feeling heavier than the last. Then one of the officers called out, telling me it was clear. I forced myself to move toward the doorway, peering down into the dimly lit basement. There was no one there. No sign of forced entry, no evidence that anyone had been hiding. The windows were locked, and nothing seemed out of place. My stomach twisted with confusion and lingering fear. Had I imagined it? Had the wind or an old pipe created the sound? The officers assured me the house was secure, but I could see the doubt in their eyes. After they left, I locked the doors and windows, double-checking everything twice. The house was silent again, but it no longer felt comforting. The whistling still echoed in my mind, a sound I knew I had not imagined. I tried to tell myself it was over, that I was safe. But deep down I knew something had been in the basement that night. And worse, I had no idea if it would ever come back. Story 7. When I walked into the bathroom that morning, everything seemed normal at first. I reached for my towel, expecting it to be dry as it always was. But the moment my fingers touched the fabric, I froze. It was damp, not slightly, but enough that I knew it had been used recently. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, trying to recall if I had forgotten something. But I knew for a fact that I had not taken a shower yet. I lifted the towel and felt it between my fingers, trying to make sense of it. The dampness was not just from humidity. It was as if someone had wiped themselves dry with it. A slow unease settled in my chest as I turned to look around the bathroom. The shower curtain was drawn the same way I had left it. The sink was dry, and nothing else seemed out of place. Still, the feeling of that damp towel in my hands made my skin crawl. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe I had used it the night before and forgotten. But I knew my routine well, and I always hung my towel neatly to dry. Even if I had used it, it should not have still been this damp by morning. My thoughts turned to the possibility of a leak, so I checked the ceiling and walls, but there was no moisture anywhere else. The dampness was isolated to the towel, and that fact made my stomach tighten. I placed it back on the rack and stepped away, my mind racing. The door had been locked all night. I had been alone in the house, and nothing else seemed disturbed. But the idea that someone else had been in my space, touching my things, was impossible to ignore. I walked out of the bathroom, suddenly feeling the urge to check the rest of the house. I moved through each room carefully, scanning for anything out of place. The doors were still locked, the windows shut, and nothing appeared missing or disturbed. It did not make sense, and the more I thought about it, the more unsettled I felt. I told myself I was being paranoid, that there had to be a reasonable explanation. Maybe I had brushed against the towel without thinking, or maybe the bathroom had been more humid than usual. But deep down, I knew better. Something about it felt wrong in a way I could not explain. I spent the rest of the morning with an uneasy feeling that refused to go away. Every time I walked past the bathroom, my eyes lingered on the towel, half expecting to see something change. By the afternoon, I forced myself to stop thinking about it. It was just a towel, I told myself. There was no reason to let it ruin my day. That night, after brushing my teeth, I reached for the towel again, hesitant this time. It was dry now as it should have been. I sighed in relief, letting myself believe that I had overreacted. Maybe it really had been my imagination, or a mistake on my part. I went to bed feeling slightly foolish, convinced that nothing was wrong. The next morning I stepped into the bathroom and my heart nearly stopped. The towel was damp again. I touched it slowly, feeling that same unmistakable moisture that should not have been there. My entire body tensed as I stared at it, my mind racing for answers. This was not a mistake. This was not my imagination. Someone had used my towel. Fear settled deep in my chest as I stepped back and looked around the bathroom. The air felt heavy, the silence unnerving. I checked the shower, the sink, even the floor, but nothing else seemed wet. It was only the towel, and that made it worse. If there had been a leak, or if I had left something running, it would have made sense. But there was nothing. Nothing except that damn towel hanging exactly where I had left it. I checked the doors and windows again, just as I had the day before. Everything was locked. There was no sign of a break-in, no footprints, no missing items. Yet I could not shake the feeling that someone had been there. I considered the possibility that I had forgotten something, but the unease in my gut told me otherwise. This was not normal. But the thought of staying in the house suddenly felt unbearable. I packed a small bag with the essentials, grabbed my keys, and left without looking back. I did not know who had been in my bathroom, or how they had gotten in, but I knew one thing for sure: I was not going to wait around to find out. Some things are better left unexplained, and I was not willing to take any chances. Story 8. It was early in the morning when I walked into my kitchen, still groggy from sleep. The house was silent, except for the hum of the refrigerator. I reached for a glass from the cabinet, ready to start my day with some water. That was when I noticed something unusual in the sink. A small, round object sat in the center, catching the light. I stepped closer, my pulse quickening slightly. A coin. At first, I thought I had dropped it there the night before without realizing it. But the more I stared at it, the less sense that made. I had not used any change recently, and I certainly would not have placed a single coin in the sink. I leaned in, examining it closely. It was old, worn around the edges, but still recognizable. A small shiver ran down my spine as I reached out and picked it up. Holding it between my fingers, I turned it over, feeling the weight of it. It was colder than I expected, as if it had just been placed there. I glanced around the kitchen, my mind racing. I lived alone. No one else had been here. The door was locked when I went to bed. The windows were shut. There was no reason for a coin to be there. I placed it on the counter and took a slow breath. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe it had been stuck to a dish and fallen off when I did the dishes last night. That explanation seemed logical, but I could not shake the feeling that something was off. I checked the doors and windows again, reassuring myself that nothing had been disturbed. Everything was exactly as I had left it. Pushing the thought aside, I tried to go about my morning as usual. I made coffee, sat at the table, and scrolled through my phone. But the coin sat there on the counter, pulling my attention back to it again and again. By the time I finished my coffee, I decided to put it away. I tossed it into a drawer with other spare change, forcing myself to forget about it. The day went on, and I managed to push the strange event to the back of my mind. Work kept me busy, and by the time I got home, I was too tired to think about much of anything. I made dinner, watched some television, and finally got ready for bed. But as I turned off the kitchen light, my eyes drifted back to the sink. The empty space where the coin had been that morning seemed to mock me. That night I slept restlessly. I dreamed of footsteps in the kitchen, of cold metal pressing against my palm. When I woke up, my heart was pounding, though I could not remember exactly what had scared me. I shook it off and got up, determined to start the day fresh. But the moment I stepped into the kitchen, my breath caught in my throat. Another coin sat in the sink. I stood frozen, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. It was not the same coin. This one was different, slightly larger, with a different design. My stomach twisted. I knew for certain now that I had not imagined it. Someone or something had placed it there. Panic set in as I rushed to check the locks again. Everything was secure. No signs of forced entry. The windows were still shut. I stood in the middle of my apartment, gripping the edge of the counter, trying to stay calm. Someone had been here. But how? And why would they leave a coin instead of taking something? I grabbed my phone and called a friend, trying to explain what was happening. They listened patiently, but I could hear the doubt in their voice. They suggested logical explanations, like maybe I had dropped it without realizing it. I wanted to believe them, but deep down I knew better. This was not just a coincidence. Determined to catch whoever was doing this, I set up a small camera in the kitchen before going to bed that night. If someone was coming into my apartment, I would have proof. I locked the doors, checked every window, and finally went to sleep with my heart still pounding. Morning came and I woke up feeling exhausted. I had barely slept, my mind filled with worry. I hurried to the kitchen, dreading what I might find. The sink was empty. A wave of relief washed over me as I let out a shaky breath. Maybe it was over. I checked the camera footage, my hands slightly unsteady as I scrolled through the recording. At first, nothing happened. The kitchen remained dark and still. Then, just after midnight, the camera glitched. The screen flickered for a brief second before returning to normal. My stomach dropped. The sink was no longer empty. The coin had appeared in an instant, as if placed there by an unseen hand. No movement, no person, nothing. Just the sudden appearance of the coin. My blood ran cold. I replayed the footage again and again, but the result was the same. No intruder. No logical explanation. Just a coin that should not have been there. I turned off the camera and sat in silence, gripping the edge of the table. My heart pounded so hard I could hear it in my ears. This was not something I could explain away. Someone or something was leaving these coins. And no matter how badly I wanted to ignore it, I knew one thing for certain. They would be back. Story 9. End. The first time it happened, I assumed it was kids playing a prank. My front doorbell rang, but when I opened the door, no one was there. I stepped outside, looking up and down the street, expecting to see someone running away. The street was empty, quiet except for the occasional rustle of leaves. I shook my head, annoyed, and closed the door. The second time, it was later in the evening. I was sitting in my living room when the doorbell rang again. This time I moved quickly, hoping to catch whoever was doing it. I yanked the door open, but again, no one was there. The porch light cast a glow over the front yard, but there were no signs of movement. I stepped outside, scanning the area, but I saw nothing unusual. A chill ran down my spine, but I brushed it off. It had to be someone messing with me. That night, I lay in bed, thinking about it. I tried to convince myself that it was just a coincidence. Maybe a faulty doorbell. Maybe some kid was just too fast for me to catch. I told myself I would check the wiring in the morning and put an end to it. With that thought, I finally drifted off to sleep. The next day, I took the cover off the doorbell and checked the wiring. Everything seemed fine. There was no sign of any malfunction. I tested it a few times to be sure, but it worked normally. That should have been reassuring, but it was not. If the wiring was fine, then that meant someone had to be ringing it. That evening, I sat by the window waiting. If it was a prank, I was going to catch whoever was doing it. The minutes dragged on and nothing happened. I started to feel foolish for even waiting. Just as I was about to give up, the doorbell rang. My heart pounded as I jumped up and rushed to the door. I yanked it open within seconds, expecting to see someone. But once again, the porch was empty. I stepped outside, looking in every direction. The street was still. There was no sign of movement anywhere. I felt my skin crawl. I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. I backed into the house and locked the door, my hands shaking slightly. The next night, I decided to set up my phone to record the front porch. If someone was messing with me, I was going to catch them. I angled the camera to cover the front door and the walkway leading up to it. Then I went about my evening, trying not to dwell on it too much. I had almost forgotten about it when the doorbell rang again. I froze. My heart pounded in my chest. I grabbed my phone and rushed to the door, throwing it open. As expected, no one was there. My stomach twisted as I slowly stepped back inside. My hands felt clammy as I stopped the recording and played it back. The footage made my blood run cold. The camera showed the front porch, empty and still. Then, without warning, the doorbell rang, but no one was there. No movement, no shadow, no sign of anyone pressing the button. I replayed it several times, hoping I had missed something, but the result was always the same. I sat down, gripping my phone tightly. This was not a prank. It was not a faulty doorbell. Something else was happening, something I could not explain. The realization made my skin crawl. I could not ignore it anymore. That night I barely slept. Every creak, every sound in the house made me jump. I kept thinking about the footage, about how the bell had rung without anyone being there. I wanted to believe there was a logical explanation, but I could not find one. The next evening, I avoided the front door as much as possible. I kept the porch light on, hoping it would keep whatever was happening away. But at exactly the same time as before, the doorbell rang again. I did not move. I sat frozen in my chair, staring at the door, waiting for something to happen. The ringing stopped after a few seconds, but I could not bring myself to check outside. I decided I needed to leave. Staying there alone was no longer an option. The next morning, I packed a bag and arranged to stay with a friend for a few days. I told myself it was just to clear my head, to get some space. But deep down, I knew I would not be coming back. Before I left, I removed the batteries from the doorbell. I needed to know if it would still ring without power. I stood in my empty house for a long time, staring at the silent door. Then, with a deep breath, I walked out, locking the door behind me. I never went back to check. Some things are better left alone. I still think about that doorbell sometimes, about the way it rang when no one was there. But I have learned not to search for answers. Some things are best left unanswered. Story 10. I came home from work feeling drained. The day had been long and all I wanted was a quiet evening to myself. As I set my keys on the counter and took off my shoes, I glanced toward the dining table. Something caught my eye, making me stop mid-step. One of the chair cushions was indented, as if someone had just been sitting there. I stood there for a moment, trying to remember if I had left it like that. I lived alone, and I had not sat at the dining table that morning. The cushion should have been flat like the others. A strange feeling crept up my spine as I walked closer. I pressed my hand against the cushion, expecting it to feel firm. but the indentation remained. It was fresh. I straightened the cushion and took a slow breath, trying to push the unease away. Maybe it had been like that for a while and I had just never noticed. I went into the kitchen, poured myself a glass of water, and focused on the sound of the faucet to clear my mind. It was just a chair. There was no reason to let it get to me. After dinner, I settled on the couch and turned on the television. The soft glow from the screen filled the room, but I could not fully relax. Every so often, my eyes drifted back toward the dining table. The cushion was still flat, just as I had fixed it. I told myself to let it go and went to bed earlier than usual, hoping sleep would shake off the strange feeling. The next morning, I walked into the dining room and froze. The same chair cushion was indented again. My chest tightened as I stood there, staring at it. I had fixed it with my own hands the night before. There was no reason for it to be like this again. I reached out, pressing the cushion once more. It felt warm. A cold wave of fear washed over me. I pulled my hand back quickly, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. There was no explanation for this. The house was locked, the windows shut, and nothing else seemed out of place. I checked every door, making sure they were secure. Everything was as I had left it. Trying to push away the panic, I straightened the cushion again. I told myself there had to be a reason for it. Maybe the material was just worn out, causing it to look indented after a while. That had to be it. Still, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. Throughout the day, I kept thinking about the chair. I went back and forth between telling myself it was nothing and feeling the creeping sense of unease. By the time I got home that evening, I felt a tight knot in my stomach. As I stepped inside, my eyes immediately went to the dining table. The cushion was indented again. I felt my breath hitch. My legs felt heavy as I walked toward it. I reached out slowly, my fingers brushing against the fabric. It was warm again. My pulse quickened as I looked around the room. Everything else was exactly as I had left it. There was no sign of forced entry, no reason for anything to be different. I grabbed my phone and took a picture of the chair before fixing the cushion. If it happened again, I wanted proof. I set my phone on the table, my hands trembling slightly. I needed to know if I was imagining things. That night, I could not sleep. Every sound in the house made me tense up. I kept replaying the moment in my head, trying to come up with a reasonable answer. When I finally drifted off, it was restless and filled with uneasy dreams. The next morning, my heart pounded as I stepped into the dining room. The cushion was indented again. My stomach dropped as I unlocked my phone and checked the picture. There was no doubt now. It had moved. Something was happening in my home. I tried to stay calm, but my hands shook as I straightened the cushion. I needed to figure this out. That night, I set up my phone to record the dining room. I made sure the camera was focused on the chair before heading to bed. If something was happening, I would catch it. The next morning, I woke up with a heavy feeling in my chest. I grabbed my phone and opened the video. My hands were sweating as I scrolled through the footage. For the first few hours, nothing happened. Then, just after 2 a.m., the cushion slowly sank in. I stared at the screen, my throat dry. There was no one there. No movement, no sign of anything touching it. It had just indented. My stomach twisted as I watched the footage again, trying to make sense of it. I could not stay in the house any longer. I packed a bag and left, my mind racing. I checked into a hotel and spent the day trying to figure out what to do. I did not know what was worse, not having an explanation or knowing that something was truly wrong. The next morning, I called someone to check the house. When they arrived, they inspected everything, from the locks to the furniture. At first, they found nothing unusual. Then, as they checked under the table, their expression changed. Tucked beneath the chair cushion, hidden deep inside, was a small device. It was a pressure sensor connected to a receiver. Someone had been monitoring when I sat down, when I left, and even when I slept. My skin went cold. This was not something random. Someone had been in my home. The police were called immediately. They searched the house and found small cameras placed in the vents, barely noticeable. My private space had been invaded, and I had never even realized it. I never went back to that house. I could not. The thought of someone watching me, tracking my movements, made me sick. I moved into a new place with better security, taking every precaution to make sure it would never happen again. Looking back, I am grateful I noticed the chair. That small detail led me to uncover something terrifying. If I had ignored it, I might have never known. Now I pay attention to everything. My safety depends on it. Story 11. 11. I was in the middle of making dinner when I reached for a spoon from the kitchen drawer. As I pulled it open, something small and dark caught my eye. Lying right there on top of the neatly arranged utensils was a single strand of hair. It was long, dark, and unmistakably out of place. I frowned, picking it up carefully between my fingers. My hair was much shorter, and I lived alone, so it did not belong to me. I tried to think of a logical explanation. Maybe it had drifted in somehow, though that seemed unlikely. The drawer had been closed, and there was no reason for hair to end up inside. Shrugging it off, I flicked it into the trash and continued preparing my meal. It was just a hair, nothing to dwell on. But as I finished cooking, I found myself glancing back at the drawer, a small sense of unease creeping in. I reminded myself that it was silly to be bothered by something so minor. The next morning, I went about my usual routine. As I made coffee, I decided to grab a spoon for stirring. I opened the drawer and froze. Another hair lay in the exact same spot. My stomach tightened as I stared at it. I picked it up, comparing it to the one from the night before. It was identical, same length, same dark color. A chill ran through me. I had cleaned the drawer before going to bed. There was no reason for another hair to be there. I took a deep breath and tried to think rationally. Maybe it had been stuck to something else and fallen in when I opened the drawer. That seemed reasonable enough, though the explanation did little to ease the unease settling over me. I threw the hair away and shut the drawer firmly, making sure it was sealed. The rest of the day passed without incident, and I did my best to push the thought from my mind. But when I went to grab a fork later that evening, my breath caught in my throat. Another hair. Another hair. I stood frozen, staring at it. This was not just coincidence. Someone had to be putting them there. But that was impossible. The doors were locked. No one had been inside my house. I lived alone. I carefully removed all the utensils and inspected the drawer closely. I wiped it down, making sure there was nothing stuck inside. There were no cracks or gaps where anything could have slipped through. I even checked the surrounding cabinets just to be sure. Everything seemed normal. That night, I double-checked every lock in the house before going to bed. I told myself it was nothing, but sleep did not come easily. Every small noise made me tense, and my mind kept returning to the hair. By the next morning, I almost convinced myself it had all been in my head. Maybe I had missed one while cleaning. Maybe it was not as strange as it seemed. Feeling more confident, I opened the drawer again. There was another hair. This time, my hand shook as I picked it up. I ran my fingers along the inside of the drawer, searching for any possible explanation. There was none. A growing sense of dread filled my chest. If someone was doing this, how? I had checked the locks. I had no roommates, no visitors. No one should have access to my house but me. I decided to test something. That night, I placed a piece of tape along the edge of the drawer before going to bed. If it was opened while I was asleep, I would know. The next morning, I hesitated before checking. Taking a deep breath, I peeled the tape away. It was untouched. No one had opened the drawer. I let out a relieved breath. Maybe I had been overreacting. But when I pulled the drawer open, my heart stopped. Another hair. Her hair. I felt sick. There was no logical explanation for this. The drawer had remained shut all night, yet somehow, the hair was there. My hands felt clammy as I backed away, my mind racing. I checked every room in the house, looking for any sign that someone had been inside. Nothing was disturbed. There were no broken locks, no open windows. Everything was exactly as I had left it. I tried to go about my day, but my thoughts kept returning to the drawer. I felt like I was being watched, even though I knew I was alone. Every time I passed the kitchen, my eyes darted toward it, dreading what I might find next. That evening, I made another plan. I placed a sheet of white paper inside the drawer, making sure every inch of the bottom was covered. If anything appeared inside, I would be able to tell. The next morning, my stomach churned as I slowly pulled the drawer open. There, resting on the paper, was another hair. I stared at it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. It was impossible. I had sealed the drawer. No one had entered the house, yet the hair had appeared again. I did not know what to do. I considered telling someone, but what would I even say? That a single strand of hair kept appearing in my drawer. It sounded ridiculous. For the next few nights, I barely slept. The thought of waking up to another hair filled me with a quiet dread. I started avoiding the kitchen as much as possible, only grabbing what I needed and shutting the drawer quickly. Then, one night, I woke up to a strange sound. It was soft, almost like a whisper, coming from the kitchen. My heart pounded as I sat up, straining to listen. The noise stopped. I forced myself out of bed and crept toward the hallway. The house was dark, and everything seemed still. Slowly, I stepped into the kitchen, my eyes immediately locking onto the drawer. I hesitated, then reached out and pulled it open. There was no hair. I let out a shaky breath, my body tense with anticipation. Maybe it was over. Maybe whatever had been happening had finally stopped. The next morning, I opened the drawer again. It was empty. No hair. No sign that anything had ever been wrong. Days passed, then weeks. The fear faded. I stopped checking the drawer so obsessively, and little by little, I felt normal again. I never figured out where the hairs had come from, and I never wanted to. Whatever had been happening, it was gone now. And that was enough for me. Story 12. I always keep my porch clean. It is something I take pride in. Every morning I step outside with my coffee, take a deep breath of fresh air, and enjoy a few quiet moments before the day begins. That is why, when I opened the door and saw a coffee stain on the wooden boards, I stopped in my tracks. It was fresh, dark, and slightly uneven, as if someone had set their cup down carelessly and let it drip. At first, I thought it might have been me. Maybe I had spilled some coffee the day before and forgotten to clean it up. But as I crouched down to look closer, I realized something strange. The stain was not just a few drops. It was the exact shape of a coffee cup, with a faint ring around the edges. I never placed my coffee on the porch floor. I always held it or set it on the small table near the railing. A feeling of unease crept over me. Someone had been here. Someone had stood on my porch, drinking coffee, and left their cup long enough to leave a mark. The thought made my skin crawl, I lived alone. No one should have been here. I glanced around, scanning the yard, the street, even the sidewalk. Nothing seemed out of place. I tried to brush it off. Maybe it had been a neighbor passing by. Maybe someone had stopped for a moment and set their coffee down without thinking. But the idea did not sit right with me. My house was not right on the sidewalk. Someone would have had to walk up the steps, cross the porch, and decide to stop right in front of my door. It did not make sense. I grabbed a cloth and wiped at the stain, but it did not come off completely. The wood had absorbed some of it, leaving behind a faint mark. I frowned, but decided to let it go. There was no point in worrying about something so small. The next morning I woke up and went outside as usual. My breath caught in my throat. Another coffee stain was on the porch. It was in the exact same spot as before, just as fresh, just as dark. My heart pounded as I stared at it. I knew for a fact that I had not left it there. I scanned the area again, looking for any signs of movement. The street was empty. The yard was still. Nothing was out of the ordinary except for that stain. I knelt down, touching the damp spot with my fingers. It had not been there the night before. Someone had left it while I was sleeping. A chill ran down my spine. I checked the porch carefully, looking for footprints or any other clues, but there was nothing. No sign of who had been there. No discarded cup. No lingering smell of coffee. Just that one stain mocking me. That night I could not sleep. I kept thinking about it, wondering if someone would come back. I considered staying up, watching the porch from the window, but exhaustion got the better of me. Eventually I drifted off. Morning came, and I hesitated before opening the door. My pulse quickened as I stepped onto the porch. Another coffee stain. Same size, same shape, same spot. It was as if someone was taunting me. My hands clenched into fists. This was not random. Someone was doing this on purpose. I decided to set up a camera. I placed it in the window, angled just right to catch the porch. If someone was coming onto my property, I would see them. I locked my doors, checked the windows, and went to bed feeling a little more in control. The next morning I reached for my phone before even stepping outside. My hands trembled as I pulled up the footage. I scrolled through the night, watching the empty porch, waiting for something to appear. Then, at exactly 3 a.m., the footage glitched for a split second. My stomach tightened. I rewound it and watched again. The camera had been recording fine, then for a brief moment the screen distorted. When it cleared, the stain was there, but there was no person, no movement, nothing at all. It was just there. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. How was that possible? Had the camera malfunctioned? Had someone tampered with it? I checked the porch in person, hoping I would find some rational explanation. But it was the same as before. No footprints, no coffee cup, just that one stubborn stain. I did not know what to do. Calling for help seemed ridiculous. What would I even say? That someone was sneaking onto my porch every night just to leave a coffee stain. I doubted anyone would take me seriously. That night, I stayed awake, determined to see it happen with my own eyes. I sat near the window, watching the porch, my heart pounding with every passing hour. The clock ticked closer to 3 a.m. I held my breath. Then, it happened. One moment the porch was clean. The next, the stain appeared. No movement, no sound, no sign of anyone. It was just there. I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me. I had seen it with my own eyes, and I still could not understand it. I refused to let it continue. The next day, I scrubbed the porch with everything I had. I used soap, bleach, anything that might remove the stain completely. By the time I was done, the wood looked spotless. I stared at it for a long time, daring it to change. The next morning I opened the door and exhaled in relief. The stain was gone. The porch was clean. Nothing had appeared overnight. For the first time in days, I felt like I could breathe again. A week passed, then another. No more stains. No more unexplained marks. Whatever had been happening had stopped. I still did not have an answer, and maybe that was for the best. I did not need to understand it. I just needed it to be over. Even now, I cannot explain what happened. I do not know who or what left that coffee stain on my porch. But I do know one thing. I will never look at an ordinary spill the same way again. Story 13. I walked past my hallway mirror like I did every day, barely glancing at my reflection. But something made me stop. The mirror was slightly tilted. It was only off by an inch or two, but I knew for a fact that it had been perfectly straight the last time I looked at it. I stared at it, trying to remember if I had bumped into it, or if something could have knocked it loose. Nothing came to mind. I reached out and adjusted it, straightening it back into place. The moment my fingers left the frame, a strange feeling crept over me. I turned around quickly, glancing down the hallway. It was empty, just like always. The house was silent. I told myself I was overthinking it. It was just a small shift, nothing to be worried about. But the uneasy feeling stayed with me. As I went about my day, I could not stop thinking about it. Mirrors did not just move on their own. I lived alone. There was no one else who could have touched it. I tried to brush it off, but every time I walked by, my eyes were drawn to it. I kept checking, making sure it had not moved again. It stayed in place. That night, as I was locking up before bed, I hesitated before walking past the mirror. I glanced at it one last time, making a mental note of its exact position. The corners lined up perfectly with the marks on the wall. Satisfied, I turned off the lights and went to bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up feeling unsettled. I was not sure why. The house was silent, no strange noises, no reason for me to be awake. But I felt tense, like something had pulled me from sleep. I lay there for a moment, listening. Nothing. Just my own breathing and the faint hum of the refrigerator down the hall. I rolled over, trying to go back to sleep. But then I remembered the mirror. An uneasy thought crept into my mind. What if it had moved again? The idea seemed ridiculous, but the more I thought about it, the more I could not shake the feeling. I told myself it was nothing, but eventually I had to check. I slipped out of bed and quietly walked toward the hallway. My pulse pounded as I reached the doorway. The darkness made the mirror's surface look even more unsettling. I hesitated before turning on the hallway light. The second the bulb flickered to life, my breath caught in my throat. The mirror was tilted again. It was exactly the way I had found it before, slightly off-center, just enough to be noticeable. My hands felt cold as I stared at it. I knew I had fixed it. I had checked it before going to bed. And yet, here it was, moved again. My fingers trembled as I reached out and straightened it. This time I pressed my hand against the frame for a few seconds, making sure it was secure. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. There had to be an explanation. Maybe vibrations from outside, or the way the wall settled. But deep down, I did not believe that. Something was wrong. I turned and scanned the hallway, looking for anything out of place. Everything was exactly as I had left it. I told myself I was being paranoid and went back to bed, but sleep did not come easily. Every little noise made me flinch. I kept picturing the mirror shifting on its own, as if someone had touched it when I was not looking. The thought made my skin crawl. The next morning I checked it again the moment I got up. It was still straight. I let out a breath of relief. Maybe I had just imagined things. Maybe I had not secured it properly the first time, but I could not shake the feeling that something was off. That night, I decided to set up my phone to record the hallway. If the mirror moved again, I wanted to see how it happened. I propped my phone on a shelf, angling it toward the mirror, and hit record before going to bed. The next morning, I hesitated before checking the footage. My fingers felt stiff as I picked up the phone and pressed play. The video showed nothing unusual for hours, just the quiet hallway, the mirror sitting still. But then, just after 3 a.m., something changed. The mirror moved. It was subtle, barely noticeable at first, but as I watched closely, I saw it tilt, slow and deliberate. My stomach twisted as I rewound the footage and watched again. There was no one in the frame. No movement, no shadows, nothing that could have caused it. But the mirror had shifted on its own. I sat frozen, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I checked the wall, the frame, anything that could explain it. There were no loose nails, no signs of damage. The mirror was solid, and yet it had moved. I could not stay in the house any longer. I packed a bag and left, spending the night at a hotel while I decided what to do. I did not want to go back, but I knew I could not avoid it forever. The next day, I contacted someone to inspect the house. They found nothing out of the ordinary. No loose wiring, no structural issues, no logical explanation for what I had seen. I made the difficult decision to move. It felt drastic, but I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone in that house. I never found out what caused the mirror to move. I never got any answers, but I knew one thing for certain. Some things cannot be explained, and some things are better left alone. Story 14. It was late in the evening when I reached into my coat pocket and felt something unexpected. My fingers brushed against a rough, crumpled piece of paper. At first, I thought it was just an old receipt or a piece of trash I had forgotten to throw away. But as I pulled it out, I realized it was a napkin. The paper was slightly stiff, as if it had been in there for a while, but I knew for a fact it had not been there the last time I wore this coat. I unfolded it carefully, my heartbeat picking up for no reason I could explain. The napkin was blank, no writing, no stains, nothing to indicate where it had come from. That should have reassured me, but instead I felt uneasy. I had worn this coat just yesterday, and my pockets had been empty. Someone had to have put it there, but I had no idea when or how. I tried to think back to my day. I had gone to work, stopped at the grocery store, and come straight home. At no point had I handed my coat to anyone or left it unattended. Had someone slipped it in while I was walking through the store? Or had it happened earlier, before I even left home? The possibilities ran through my mind, each one making me feel more unsettled. I checked my other pocket, half expecting to find something else. It was empty. I patted down the inside lining of the coat, looking for any sign that it had been tampered with. Everything seemed normal. The napkin was the only thing out of place, yet it felt like more than just a random piece of trash. I stared at it for a long moment before deciding to check my security camera. I sat down, opened the app, and scrolled through the footage from the past 24 hours. Everything looked normal until I got to the moment I returned home from the grocery store. As I stepped inside, something caught my attention. My hand was in my pocket when I walked in, but before that, while I was outside, it was not. I rewound the footage, playing it at half speed. As I walked to my front door, I brushed against someone leaving the store. It was a brief moment, barely noticeable, but it was there. The person had been close enough to make contact. Had they put something in my pocket? It seemed unlikely, but the timing was too perfect to ignore. I zoomed in on the footage, trying to get a better look. The person wore a dark jacket with the hood pulled up. Their face was mostly obscured, and they did not look at me directly. They passed by quickly, their hand moving slightly as they did. It was subtle, almost unnoticeable, but now that I was looking for it, I saw it. A wave of unease washed over me. Someone had intentionally put the napkin in my pocket. But why? There was no message, no indication of what it was supposed to mean. It was just a crumpled napkin. The simplicity of it made it feel even more deliberate. I considered calling the police, but what would I even say? Someone put a napkin in my pocket. That was not a crime, and it certainly was not evidence of anything. But the fact that it had been done on purpose was enough to make my skin crawl. I decided to check my coat more thoroughly, just in case I had missed something. I ran my fingers along the seams, feeling for anything unusual. That was when I noticed a faint scent on the napkin. It was barely there, but it smelled like something artificial. It was not perfume, not cologne, but something chemical. My stomach twisted. I had been carrying it with me all this time, completely unaware. I quickly washed my hands and placed the napkin in a plastic bag. I had no idea if it was anything dangerous, but I was not going to take any chances. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this some kind of test? A way to see if I would notice? Or was it something worse? I barely slept that night, my thoughts circling the same questions over and over. By morning, I still had no answers. The napkin remained sealed in the plastic bag, sitting on my kitchen counter like a reminder that something was not right. Over the next few days, I paid closer attention to my surroundings. I checked my pockets before and after leaving the house. I watched the security footage every night, but nothing else happened. Whoever had put the napkin there had not returned, or if they had not left another sign. Eventually, I forced myself to move on. Maybe it had been a prank. Maybe it had been nothing at all. But the feeling of unease never completely left me. From that day on, I always checked my pockets before walking through a crowd. Story 15. I pulled into my driveway just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the pavement. The evening air was cool, and a faint breeze rustled the trees lining my street. It had been a long day, and all I wanted was to park my car in the garage, head inside, and relax. I pressed the garage door opener, watching as the door slowly lifted. The sound of creaking metal echoed through the quiet neighborhood, much louder than usual. I frowned, listening closely. The door had always made some noise, but this was different, almost strained, like it was struggling against something unseen. As the door reached its peak, I hesitated before pulling forward. The light inside the garage flickered slightly, though I told myself it was nothing more than an old bulb needing replacement. Shaking off the strange feeling creeping up my spine, I parked inside and stepped out of the car. The garage smelled of motor oil and dust, the familiar scent reminding me of all the times I had stood in this very spot, unloading groceries or fixing small repairs. Everything appeared normal, but the door's loud creak lingered in my mind. I walked over to inspect it, running my hand along the metal frame. The tracks seemed fine, and nothing appeared out of place. Still, the noise had been unsettling. Making a mental note to lubricate the rollers the next day, I pressed the button to close the door. As it descended, the creaking sound returned, even worse than before. It was slow and deliberate, almost like something heavy was resisting its movement. A shiver ran through me, though I quickly brushed it off. It was just an old door, probably overdue for maintenance. Once it shut completely, I made sure it was locked and headed inside, ready to forget about it for the night. Hours later, as I lay in bed, I could not shake the feeling that something about the garage door still bothered me. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a mechanical issue, nothing more. Yet, as I closed my eyes and tried to sleep, I found myself listening, almost expecting to hear the sound again. A loud creak suddenly echoed through the house, making my breath catch in my throat. My heart pounded as I sat up, straining to listen. The noise had come from the garage. I reached for my phone and checked the time, 2:17 a.m. For a moment I considered ignoring it. Maybe I had imagined it. But then another sound followed, a soft, almost rhythmic tapping, like something lightly knocking against metal. My stomach tightened. I had locked the garage door before coming inside. No one should have been in there. Forcing myself to move, I climbed out of bed and grabbed the nearest object I could find, a heavy flashlight from my nightstand. I walked slowly down the hallway, my bare feet silent against the floor. The house was dark except for the faint glow of the kitchen nightlight. The closer I got to the door leading to the garage, the more my pulse raced. I took a deep breath and pressed my ear against the door. Silence. Maybe I had truly imagined it. But just as I was about to turn away, the creaking returned, long and deliberate, as if the door was moving on its own. I turned the handle and pushed the door open, shining my flashlight inside. A beam cut through the darkness, revealing my car, the storage shelves, and the garage door, which was still shut. I stepped forward, cautiously scanning the area. Nothing seemed out of place. I exhaled, feeling a mix of relief and unease. Maybe it had just been the house settling. Just as I turned to leave, something caught my eye, a small object on the concrete floor near the base of the garage door. I walked over and picked it up, holding it up to the light. It was a small, rusty nail. My brows furrowed. I had not noticed it earlier. I glanced at the garage door, inspecting the tracks again. Everything still looked normal, but the presence of the nail unsettled me. I placed it on the workbench and decided I had done enough investigating for the night. Back in bed, I struggled to fall asleep, my mind replaying the sound of the creaking door over and over. The next day, I made a point to check the door's mechanisms in the daylight. I applied lubricant to the rollers and tested it multiple times, but the noise persisted, as if it was coming from something deeper within the structure. That night, I braced myself for another disturbance. Hours passed in silence, and just as I started to think it had been my imagination, the sound returned. The same slow, grating creak, like the door was moving even though I knew it was shut. I shot up in bed, my heart hammering. I had had enough. Grabbing my flashlight, I stormed down the hallway, determined to catch whatever was causing this. I yanked open the door to the garage and flicked on the overhead light. My car sat undisturbed. The storage shelves were untouched. Everything was exactly as I had left it. Yet the sound had been so clear. I stepped further inside, my eyes darting to the garage door. That was when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The door was slightly open, just a sliver, barely enough to notice at first glance, but there. I knew for a fact that I had closed and locked it the night before. The thought sent a wave of unease through me. I rushed forward and pressed the button to fully shut it, my hands shaking. As it lowered, the same creaking noise filled the air. This time I listened closely. There was something in that sound, something almost deliberate. It was not just metal grinding against metal. It was slower, like something was resisting, like something was waiting. The door shut with a loud clang, and I immediately checked the locks, making sure it was secure. I stood there for a moment, staring at it, trying to decide what to do. Calling someone seemed ridiculous. What would I even say? That my garage door sounded strange. That I had found a single rusty nail. I forced myself to step away, locking the door that led back into the house. I told myself it was nothing, that I was just overthinking. But deep down, I knew something was not right. For the next few days, I avoided using the garage whenever I could. I parked outside, convincing myself it was more convenient. The sound never returned, but every night, I could not shake the feeling that something was just beyond that door, waiting for me to notice again. Eventually, I forced myself to go back to normal. I used the garage again, and though the creaking sound never fully went away, I learned to ignore it. Life continued, and the unease faded over time. But every now and then, late at night, I swear I still hear it. That same slow, deliberate creak echoing from the garage. And every time I remind myself to never check. Some things are better left alone. Story 16. I was exhausted when I finally crawled into bed that night. The day had been long, filled with endless tasks that left me drained. The quiet of my bedroom was a relief, a safe space where I could finally relax. I pulled back the covers, ready to settle in, but then I froze. There on the bedspread near my pillow was a faint footprint. I stared at it, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The imprint was clear, slightly smudged but unmistakable. It was the size of an adult foot, pressed into the fabric as if someone had stepped on the bed. A chill ran down my spine as I tried to think of an explanation. I had been home alone all evening, and I had not stepped on my own bed. My first instinct was to check the room. I sat up slowly, scanning every corner, my breath shallow. The closet door was shut just as I had left it. The windows were locked, the curtains drawn. Nothing looked out of place, but the footprint was real. I reached out and ran my fingers over it, feeling the slight indentation in the fabric. Someone had been here. I swallowed hard and swung my legs over the side of the bed. My hands felt clammy as I grabbed my phone from the nightstand. I wanted to call someone, maybe a friend, maybe the police, but I hesitated. What would I even say? That I found a footprint on my bed. That was not proof of anything. Maybe I had done it earlier and just forgotten. Maybe there was another explanation. But deep down, I knew there was not. I had not been on my bed all day. I had not stood near my pillow. The only way that print could be there was if someone else had left it. My stomach twisted at the thought. I forced myself to stand and check the locks again. The bedroom door was still locked from the inside, just as I had left it. The windows were secure, no sign of forced entry. So how did it get there? I backed away from the door, my mind racing. My skin prickled with unease, the air in the room suddenly feeling colder. I glanced at the footprint again, half expecting it to disappear, but it was still there. A silent reminder that I was not as alone as I thought. Every noise in the house felt louder now, every creak of the floorboards sending my heart racing. I forced myself to take a deep breath and think. Maybe it had been there since earlier, and I had just not noticed. Maybe I had stepped on the bed without thinking. But as much as I wanted to believe that, I knew it was not true. The print was fresh, clearer than it would have been if it had been there all day. That meant someone had been in my room recently. The thought made my blood run cold. I turned on the light, suddenly desperate to see every corner of the room. The space was empty, just as it had been when I first walked in. But that did not comfort me. If someone had been here, where did they go? How did they get in? My breath came faster. and I felt my fingers tighten around my phone. I needed to get out of there. My feet carried me toward the door before I could even think, my hand fumbling with the lock. I pulled it open quickly, stepping into the hallway. The house was silent, eerily so. I strained my ears, listening for anything out of the ordinary. Nothing, but that only made it worse. If someone had been in my room, they were either still in the house or long gone. I checked each room, my heart pounding in my chest. The doors were locked, the windows secure. Nothing was missing, nothing seemed disturbed. It was as if no one had been there at all. But the footprint on my bedspread told a different story. Someone had stood there, near my pillow, close enough to reach me if I had been sleeping. I could not shake the feeling of being watched. Even after I searched every inch of the house, the unease did not fade. I thought about calling the police, but what could they do? There was no proof of a break-in, no signs of forced entry, just a footprint. That was not enough, but it was enough for me to know that I was not safe. I did not sleep that night. I sat in the living room with the lights on, my ears straining for any sound. Every creak of the house made my skin crawl. I kept glancing at the hallway, half expecting someone to step out of the shadows, but nothing happened. The house remained quiet, and eventually the sun began to rise. When morning came, I went back to my bedroom, hoping to convince myself that it had all been my imagination. But the footprint was still there, unchanged. A perfect reminder that someone had been in my room. And the worst part was, I had no idea when they would come back. Story 17. It was early morning when I stepped outside to grab the newspaper, and that was when I saw it. A single feather lay on my doorstep, perfectly centered as if placed there on purpose. It was white with a few gray streaks running along its edges, and it stood out against the dark welcome mat. I stared at it for a moment, unsure what to think. It was not something I had ever noticed before, and I could not recall seeing many birds around my house. I bent down and picked it up, feeling its soft texture between my fingers. My first thought was that it had simply drifted down from the sky and happened to land there, but something about its placement seemed too precise. I glanced around the quiet street, looking for any sign that someone else might have noticed it. There was no one outside, and everything seemed normal. Shrugging it off, I set the feather on the small table inside my entryway and went about my morning routine. As the day went on, I found myself thinking about the feather more than I expected. It was not like I had never seen one before, but the way it had been placed on my doorstep kept bothering me. I decided to check my security camera footage, just to ease my curiosity. Pulling up the video from the night before, I fast-forwarded through the hours, watching for any movement near my front door. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until just after midnight. The camera showed the empty porch, and then, without warning, the feather appeared. There was no person, no bird, nothing. 1 second the porch was clear, and the next, the feather was there, right in the center of the doormat. I rewound and watched it again, my stomach tightening. It was as if it had materialized out of thin air. I tried to find a logical explanation, telling myself the camera must have glitched. Maybe the feather had blown in and the footage had simply failed to capture it. But no matter how many times I replayed it, I could not see anything that explained how it got there. I turned off the footage, feeling a strange unease settle over me. That night, I double-checked that all my doors and windows were locked before heading to bed. I had almost convinced myself it was nothing when a sound woke me up in the middle of the night. It was soft, almost like a rustling, coming from outside my bedroom window. I sat up, straining to listen. The noise continued for a few seconds and then stopped. My heart pounded as I got out of bed and walked over to the window. Peeking through the blinds, I saw nothing but darkness. The street was quiet, and there was no sign of movement. I waited for a few moments before stepping back, telling myself I was just being paranoid. Still, it took a long time to fall asleep again. The next morning, I hesitated before opening my front door. When I finally did, my breath caught in my throat. Another feather was there, identical to the first, placed in the exact same spot. I stood frozen, staring at it. This was no coincidence. Someone or something was leaving them for me. I picked up the feather and looked around, hoping to spot anyone watching. The street was as empty as before, and my neighbors' houses were quiet. I checked the security footage again, but just like last time, there was no sign of how it got there. It simply appeared. I started to feel anxious as the day went on. Was someone trying to send me a message? I thought about calling a friend to tell them about it, but I was not sure what I would even say. It sounded ridiculous, like something out of a story rather than real life. That night, I barely slept. Every small sound made me tense, and I kept checking the time. When the clock hit midnight, I held my breath, listening. The house was silent, but I could not shake the feeling that something was just beyond my door. Morning arrived, and with it, another feather. This time I did not pick it up right away. I just stood there, staring down at it. My mind raced through all the possibilities. Was it a prank? A warning? Something else entirely? I needed answers. I decided to stay up and watch the door myself that night. If someone was doing this, I wanted to see them with my own eyes. I made coffee and settled into a chair near the window, keeping the front door in my line of sight. Hours passed and nothing happened. The street remained still, the only movement coming from the occasional passing car. Then, just as the clock hit midnight, a chill ran through me. I did not hear footsteps, no rustling, nothing at all. Yet, when I opened the door, there it was. Another feather, placed exactly like the others. My hand shook as I picked it up. This time I felt certain I was not alone. I stayed up the rest of the night, unable to relax. As soon as the sun rose, I decided I had had enough. I packed a bag and left town for a few days, needing distance from whatever was happening. I stayed with a friend, trying to push the strange events from my mind. When I finally returned home, I hesitated before unlocking my door. Everything inside was just as I had left it, but I still felt uneasy. I checked the porch, expecting to see another feather, but there was nothing. For the first time in days, there was no sign of it. That night, I slept better than I had in a while. The following morning, I stepped outside, holding my breath as I looked down. The doorstep was clear. No feather, no message, just an ordinary morning. Whatever had been happening seemed to be over. Maybe leaving for a while had broken the pattern, or maybe I had never truly understood it to begin with. I would never know why the feathers had appeared or who had placed them there. But as time passed, I slowly let it go, grateful that whatever it was had finally stopped. Story 18. I stepped outside in the early morning, the crisp air waking me up as I cradled my cup of coffee. It was a quiet morning, the kind I always enjoyed before the day truly began. The sun had barely risen, casting a soft glow over the neighborhood. As I took a sip, my eyes drifted down to the steps of my porch. Something caught my attention, something small but unusual. The wooden steps were covered in a fine layer of dust, except for one. At first, I thought nothing of it. Maybe it was just the way the wind had blown during the night, or perhaps an animal had stepped there. I dismissed the thought and went back inside, pushing the odd detail to the back of my mind. The rest of my morning went on as usual. I got ready for the day, checked my phone, and mentally ran through my plans. It was only when I stepped out again later that the thought returned. I paused at the top of the steps, my eyes once again locking onto that single clean spot. The rest of the steps remained undisturbed, thinly coated in dust, but that one remained free of it. I felt a strange sensation creep up my spine, a quiet unease that I could not quite explain. If the wind had caused it, surely more of the steps would have been affected. If it had been an animal, I would have seen tracks leading to or from it. The more I thought about it, the stranger it seemed. I bent down, brushing my fingers lightly over the clean step. The wood felt smooth, as if it had just been touched. I glanced around the porch, looking for anything else that seemed out of place. The furniture was as I had left it, the doormat undisturbed. There was no sign of anything unusual, yet that single detail continued to nag at me. I shook my head, telling myself I was overthinking. I had things to do, and there was no point in getting caught up in something so small. Still, as I walked down the steps, I found myself stepping carefully around the clean spot, as if I did not want to disturb it. I pushed the thought away and went about my day, though a lingering sense of curiosity stayed with me. That night I found myself hesitating before going to bed. The thought of the step was still in my mind, an unanswered question that I could not let go of. On a whim, I decided to check it once more. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside, the air cooler now with the weight of the night settling in. The beam of light illuminated the steps, and my stomach tightened when I saw that the spot was still clean. It made no sense. Dust should have settled on it again by now, even if it had been disturbed earlier. I crouched down, running my hand over the surface again. There was no dust, no sign that it had been swept or wiped. It was as if something had repeatedly touched only that one spot while leaving the rest untouched. The thought made my skin prickle. I straightened up, suddenly feeling exposed in the quiet of the night. My porch light cast a dim glow, but beyond it, the darkness stretched out, deep and endless. I found myself glancing around, searching for movement in the shadows. Nothing seemed out of place, but my instincts told me to go back inside. I listened to that feeling and locked the door behind me. The next morning, the first thing I did was check the step. My heart pounded as I looked down, and sure enough, it was still the same. The rest of the steps remained dusty, but that single spot was untouched. My mind raced through possible explanations, but none of them felt right. Something about it felt deliberate, as if someone or something had been there. I decided to check my security camera. I had one positioned near the front door, though I rarely needed to look at the footage. Pulling up the feed, I scrolled through the night's recordings. My stomach tightened as I watched the screen, my breath catching when I saw movement near the steps. At first, it was just a shadow, barely visible in the dim light. Then, slowly, a figure came into view. It was difficult to make out any details, but it was clear that someone had been there. The figure stepped onto the porch, pausing at the exact spot where the dust was missing. They stood there for a long moment before turning and walking away. A chill ran through me. Someone had been standing on that step, long enough to leave it completely undisturbed while the rest of the dust settled around it. But why? What were they doing there? My pulse quickened as I continued watching the footage, but the figure never tried to enter the house. They only stood there motionless before disappearing into the night. I felt a deep unease settle in my chest. I replayed the footage multiple times, trying to get a clearer look at the person, but the image was too grainy. They had been standing right outside my home, close enough to reach the door, yet they never knocked, never made a sound. The thought made my skin crawl. That night, I double-checked all my locks and kept the porch light on. I wanted to believe it was nothing, just some passerby who had stopped for a moment. But I could not shake the feeling that it was something more than that. I barely slept, my mind racing with possibilities. The following morning, I checked the step again, my heart pounding in my chest. My breath caught in my throat when I saw that, once again, the dust remained undisturbed. The same exact spot, still clean. I grabbed my phone and immediately contacted security, explaining what I had seen on the camera. They assured me they would look into it, but I could tell they did not see it as a serious threat. For the next few nights, I kept checking the footage. Each time, the same thing happened. The figure would appear, stand on the step, then leave. They never did anything else, never attempted to enter or cause any damage. But the fact that they kept returning was enough to send a chill through me. Then, one night, it stopped. The figure did not return. The next morning, for the first time, the step was coated in dust just like the others. The sight of it made me feel an odd mixture of relief and unease. Whoever had been coming to my porch was gone. But why had they been there in the first place? And why had they stopped? I never got an answer. I never saw the figure again, and eventually I tried to put the incident behind me. But every now and then, when I step outside in the early morning, I still glance down at the steps. I still check to see if that one spot is clean. And every time I do, I feel that same lingering sense of unease, wondering if one day it will happen again. Story 19. I first noticed it on a quiet evening. The television was off, and the house was still except for the occasional creak of settling wood. I had been scrolling through my phone when I heard it, a faint echo, almost imperceptible, but definitely there. I paused, tilting my head slightly, trying to pinpoint the source. The room was empty and nothing had changed, yet the sound lingered, just beneath the surface of the silence. I cleared my throat, testing the space. My voice carried a little farther than expected, bouncing back in a way that felt unnatural. My living room had never echoed before. It was fully furnished, filled with a couch, a bookshelf, and a coffee table, things that should have absorbed sound rather than reflected it. I clapped my hands, and the faintest repetition of the sound followed, like a whisper of something distant. A shiver ran down my spine. I shook off the unease and tried to reason through it. Maybe something in the room had shifted, altering the acoustics. Or perhaps I was just imagining things, tired from a long day. I turned on the television, letting the familiar hum of voices and music fill the space. With the noise, the echo seemed to disappear, or at least I convinced myself that it had. The next morning, as I sipped my coffee in the quiet of the house, I heard it again. The soft clink of my spoon against the mug repeated itself ever so slightly, as if the sound was bouncing off an invisible wall. I tapped my fingers against the table, listening carefully. The echo was not strong, but it was there, a fraction of a second delay after every noise. I walked around the living room, speaking aloud, testing different areas. The echo remained consistent, no matter where I stood. It was not the kind of reverberation that came from a large empty space. It was subtler, almost as if the sound was being copied rather than reflected. That thought made me uneasy. I shook my head, forcing myself to be rational. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the walls were hollow in certain spots, creating an unusual acoustic effect. I had lived here for years without noticing it, but houses settle over time. Maybe something had shifted. Still, the curiosity nagged at me. That afternoon, I moved furniture around, checking for anything that might explain the strange sound. I ran my hands along the walls, looking for cracks or hidden vents. Nothing seemed out of place. Yet, The echo persisted. By nightfall, I had given up trying to figure it out. I reminded myself that I had never been bothered by the way sound carried in the house before, and I refused to let it bother me now. I settled into the couch, turning on the television, drowning out the quiet. A little past midnight, I woke up to silence. The television had switched to standby mode, leaving the room in darkness. For a moment, I sat there disoriented, my ears straining against the quiet. Then I heard it soft, distant, and unmistakable. A single breath. It was faint, barely more than a whisper, but I knew it was not mine. My chest tightened as I sat frozen, listening. The room remained still, yet the sound had been so clear. I forced myself to take a slow, steady breath, trying to calm my nerves. I had been half asleep, and sounds could play tricks on a tired mind. I reached for the remote and turned the television back on. The familiar glow filled the room, chasing away the unease. I told myself I was being ridiculous. The echo had made me hyper-aware of every sound, turning normal noises into something strange. I needed sleep. The next morning, I decided to ignore it altogether. If I paid it no mind, it would eventually fade into the background like any other household quirk. But as the days passed, the echo did not fade. It became more pronounced. One evening, I dropped my keys onto the coffee table, and the sound repeated itself just a little too long. It was not a normal echo. It was delayed, stretched, as if the sound had to travel farther before reaching my ears. A chill settled into my bones. I turned off all distractions, standing in the middle of the room, listening. I tapped the wall. The sound repeated itself, just a fraction of a second late. My breath came unsteady as I clapped again, waiting. The response came back, but softer, almost as if something was mimicking the sound rather than reflecting it. That thought made my skin crawl. I backed away, my heart pounding. The echo was wrong. It did not belong. Something else was in the room with me, not seen, not felt, but there. The realization made my throat tighten. I did not believe in the supernatural. I had always dismissed those kinds of stories. But standing there, hearing the delayed reflection of my own sounds, I felt an unfamiliar sense of dread. That night I barely slept. Every creak of the house, every distant noise sent my nerves on edge. The silence itself felt heavier, like it was listening. I considered calling someone, but what would I even say? That my living room had developed an echo. It sounded absurd. Instead, I avoided the space as much as possible. I stayed in my bedroom with the door shut, distracting myself with work, music, anything to keep from thinking about the strange sound. But avoidance could only last so long. One evening, I forced myself to sit in the living room again. I turned on music, letting it play through the speakers, filling the space with sound. If I could drown it out, maybe I could forget about it. Maybe it had all been in my head. Then, in the middle of a song, the speakers crackled and went silent. My stomach dropped as I reached for the remote, pressing buttons, trying to bring the music back. The screen remained frozen. And then, through the quiet, I heard it. A soft, barely perceptible echo of the last note that had played. It trailed off slowly, unnaturally, stretching into silence. I stood up abruptly, my pulse racing. The air in the room felt thick, pressing against my skin. I could not stay there any longer. I grabbed my keys and left the house, not bothering to turn off the lights. I spent the night at a friend's place, unable to explain why I had suddenly shown up. I made up an excuse, pretending nothing was wrong. But deep down, I knew I could not keep running from it. The next day, I returned home, hesitating before stepping inside. Everything looked normal. The television was still paused, the lights still on. I exhaled slowly and walked into the living room. I clapped once, testing the space. No echo. The sound disappeared as quickly as it had come. The relief that washed over me was overwhelming. Whatever had been happening, it was gone now. I never figured out what caused it, and I never wanted to. The house returned to its usual silence, and I let it. Some things are better left unquestioned. Story 20. It was late at night when I finally decided to go to bed. The house was silent, the kind of deep quiet that settles in when the world is asleep. I had been up later than usual, mindlessly scrolling through my phone, trying to make myself tired. When I finally turned off the lamp and pulled the blanket up to my shoulders, I let out a deep sigh, sinking into the mattress. The only sound was the faint hum of the heater kicking on, a familiar noise that I had grown used to. Just as I started to drift off, a noise pulled me from the edge of sleep. At first, I thought I had imagined it, the way dreams sometimes mix with reality when you are in that hazy state. But then I heard it again. A soft, rhythmic sound, faint but unmistakable. It was breathing. Not my own, not the gentle sound of air moving through my own lungs, but something outside my bedroom door. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I listened carefully, trying to convince myself that I was mistaken. Maybe it was the heater, or the house settling, or even my own imagination playing tricks on me. But as I lay there, frozen in place, I knew with absolute certainty that it was none of those things. Someone or something was standing right outside my door, breathing just loud enough for me to hear. A wave of fear rolled through me, making my body tense. I kept my eyes locked on the door, half expecting the handle to turn, for the door to creak open and reveal whatever was on the other side. But nothing happened. The breathing continued, slow and deliberate, as if whoever it was wanted me to know they were there. I forced myself to stay calm, to think rationally. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I had left a window open somewhere, and the wind was moving through the house in a way that mimicked breathing. But deep down, I knew that was not true. The sound was too steady, too close. I glanced at my phone on the nightstand, the screen dark. If I reached for it, the glow of the screen would give away my movement. If someone was really out there, I did not want them to know I was awake. I decided to stay still, to wait and see if the sound would go away on its own. Minutes passed, stretching out into what felt like hours. The breathing remained, never changing, never fading. My mind raced through possibilities, trying to come up with some logical explanation, but none of them made sense. I could not ignore the growing fear pressing down on me, making my chest feel tight. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the breathing stopped. The silence that followed was even more unsettling. I strained my ears, waiting for some other sound: footsteps, the creak of the floor, the click of a door opening, but there was nothing. I stayed frozen, too afraid to move, my body rigid with tension. After what felt like forever, I forced myself to breathe again. I listened carefully, trying to decide if I should get up and check or if I should stay put. Every instinct in my body told me not to move. Whatever had been there was gone now, but I could not shake the feeling that it was still close. Eventually, exhaustion won over fear. I kept my phone clutched in my hand as I drifted into a restless sleep, my body still on high alert. When morning finally came, I woke up feeling drained, the memory of the night still fresh in my mind. The first thing I did was check the door. It was still locked, just as I had left it. I stepped into the hallway cautiously, my heart still pounding. but the house was exactly as I had left it the night before. Nothing was out of place. Nothing seemed disturbed, but the unease did not fade. I tried to shake off the feeling as I went about my day. Maybe I had imagined it, or maybe I had been half asleep and dreaming. But deep down, I knew what I had heard, and the thought of it made me uneasy in my own home. That night, I double-checked the locks before going to bed. I made sure every door and window was secure, trying to convince myself that it had all been in my head. But when I turned off the lights and settled into bed, I could not ignore the feeling that something was watching. I lay there for what felt like hours, my body tense as I listened to the silence around me. This time I did not hear the breathing, but the fear lingered, settling deep into my bones. The following nights were the same. No breathing, no strange sounds, but the feeling of unease never truly left. I started keeping my phone within reach, just in case. I even considered setting up a camera outside my bedroom door, just to prove to myself that there was nothing there. But part of me was afraid of what I might see. As time passed, I slowly convinced myself that it had been nothing, that my mind had played tricks on me, that I had let fear get the best of me. But even now, on quiet nights when I am alone, I find myself listening to the silence, waiting for that sound to return. And sometimes, when I least expect it, I swear I hear the faintest whisper of breathing just outside my door. Story 21. I rented a storage unit to organize my business inventory, wanting a secure place to keep extra supplies and equipment. It was a small, climate-controlled space in a facility with security cameras and coded entry. The place seemed safe, quiet, and well-maintained. I liked that it had restricted access, requiring a code to enter the building. It gave me peace of mind knowing my inventory was in a controlled environment, away from my home, where space was limited. At first, everything was fine. I visited a few times a week, checking on my stock, rotating items, and making sure everything was in order. It became a routine. I would drive up, punch in my code, unload or pick up what I needed, and leave. Nothing seemed out of place. The security cameras mounted in the hallways reassured me that my belongings were safe. But then, small things started to seem off. I would open my unit and notice a box slightly out of place, something I was sure I had stacked differently. At first I dismissed it, assuming I had been in a hurry and misremembered how I left things. But it kept happening. One day I found a roll of packing tape lying on the floor. I never left things on the ground. I always kept my supplies in a separate bin. My stomach twisted slightly, but I tried to brush it off. Maybe I had knocked it over without realizing it. A few days later, I unlocked the unit and immediately noticed a strange smell. It was faint, but it reminded me of sweat and something stale. I wrinkled my nose and hesitated before stepping inside. The scent was stronger in the back of the unit, near the corner where I stored the least used supplies. I scanned the space carefully, my eyes darting to every corner, expecting to find an animal or some kind of leak. But everything looked normal. More. I checked my inventory, counting boxes, making sure everything was still there. Nothing was missing. Still, the feeling of unease stuck with me. I locked up and left, but the thought nagged at me for the rest of the day. The next time I returned, I found something that made my stomach drop. There was an empty food wrapper tucked behind a stack of boxes. I froze, staring at it. I knew it had not been there before. The expiration date was recent. My pulse quickened as I picked it up, inspecting it. Someone had been inside my unit. I glanced around the hallway, but there was no one there. I checked the lock, pulling on it to make sure it had been properly secured. It was. That meant someone had come in and left without breaking anything. I tried to come up with a reasonable explanation. Maybe a worker had entered the wrong unit by mistake. Maybe another renter had wandered in. But how? The door had been locked when I arrived, and there was no sign of forced entry. That night, I could not shake the unease. I kept replaying the details in my head, trying to make sense of it. I decided to stop by the storage facility the next morning and ask the manager if they had seen anything unusual. When I arrived, I casually asked if there had been any security issues. The manager frowned, shaking their head. Everything seemed normal, they said. No break-ins, no suspicious activity. Still, I felt unsettled. I walked back to my unit, hesitating before unlocking the door. The moment I stepped inside, my heart pounded. The smell was even stronger than before. I covered my nose, my stomach twisting. Then I saw it. A blanket was balled up in the back corner, partially hidden behind a stack of crates. Next to it was a plastic grocery bag filled with food. My breath caught in my throat. Someone had been living here. I stood frozen, my mind racing. This was not just someone sneaking in for a moment. This was someone staying here, sleeping here. My skin prickled with fear as I realized how close I had been to an intruder without knowing it. I backed out of the unit, my hands shaking as I reached for my phone. I wanted to believe they were not dangerous, that maybe they were just desperate for a place to stay. But the idea that they had been slipping in and out of my storage unit, possibly watching me come and go, sent a chill through me. I called the storage facility's manager, trying to keep my voice steady. They arrived within minutes, their expression darkening as they stepped inside and saw what I had found. They checked the security footage while I waited, my heart pounding in my chest. A few minutes later, they came back, their face pale. Someone had been sneaking into my unit at night, slipping in after closing hours. They had no record of anyone entering with a code. Whoever they were, they had been finding another way in. The police were called. I stood by as they searched the space, my stomach twisting. They found more signs of someone living there: bottles of water, a small flashlight, even a spare set of clothes tucked behind my boxes. But the person was gone. That night, I could not sleep. My mind kept returning to one thought. They had known I was coming and left before I arrived. That meant they had been watching me. The next day, I went back to clear out my unit. I could not keep my inventory there anymore, not after what I had discovered. As I loaded my supplies into my car, I noticed something in the corner of the unit. A small piece of paper, folded up neatly. My hands shook as I picked it up and unfolded it. There were only 3 words written inside. I will return. My blood ran cold. I locked up the unit one last time, my hands trembling. I never went back. Story 22. I had been searching for a new job for weeks. The process was exhausting, but I remained hopeful. Every day I scrolled through job listings, sent out applications, and waited for responses. Most of the time I did not hear back, and when I did, the offers were either low paying or not the right fit. Then, one evening I received an email from a company I had never applied to, offering an interview for a position that matched my experience perfectly. The message was professional, complete with a company logo, contact details, and a link to their website. Everything seemed legitimate, so I clicked the link and browsed the site. It looked well designed, with a list of services, an About Us section, and even employee testimonials. I did not recall applying to them, but I figured my resume might have been pulled from a job site. It was not unusual for recruiters to reach out directly. The email stated that interviews were being conducted online and asked me to schedule a time for a virtual meeting. I responded quickly, eager for the opportunity. Within minutes, I received a confirmation. The interview was set for the next morning, and I was given a video call link. I went to bed that night feeling relieved, thinking maybe my job search was finally over. When the time for the interview arrived, I logged into the call a few minutes early. A man joined right on time, but his camera was off. He apologized, saying the company had a policy of keeping video off during interviews to focus on verbal communication. His voice was calm, professional, and confident. He asked the typical questions about my experience, skills, and availability. Everything seemed normal at first. Then, the questions became more personal. He asked for details about my previous employers, including specific names and addresses. I found it odd, but answered anyway. Then he wanted to know about my banking information, claiming it was needed for a background check. I hesitated, and he reassured me that all employees had to submit this information before being hired. Something about the request made me uncomfortable, but I did not want to appear uncooperative. After the interview, I received an email stating that I had been selected for the position. They sent me a digital contract to sign and requested a scanned copy of my identification for verification. As I read through the contract, a sinking feeling settled in my stomach. Some of the wording felt vague, and there were no clear details about the company's physical location. I decided to do some research before signing. I checked their website again, but something about it felt off. The contact page had no real address, only a general email. Their listed phone number led to an automated voicemail. There were no employee testimonials on any other sites, no real social media presence, and no company history beyond what was listed on the webpage. My heart pounded as I dug deeper. I searched for reviews on job boards and found nothing. No job listings, no mentions of the company anywhere except their website and the email they had sent me. Panic crept in. Had I just handed over my personal information to scammers? I immediately sent an email stating that I was no longer interested in the position. I received no response. When I tried calling, the number was suddenly disconnected. I went back to check their website, and to my horror, it was gone. A blank page appeared where the home page had been just hours before. Fear settled in as I realized what had happened. They had my resume, my past work history, and some personal details I had shared during the interview. If I had not hesitated on giving them my banking information, they could have stolen even more. I felt sick knowing that I had been tricked so easily. I reported the scam to the authorities and placed alerts on my financial accounts. I changed my passwords, monitored my credit reports, and stayed on high alert for any suspicious activity. For weeks I felt uneasy, constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if I had done enough to protect myself. A few days later, I received a strange email from an unknown sender. The subject line simply read, "Are you still interested?" My stomach twisted as I opened it. The message was short. "We noticed you did not complete your hiring process. Please send the requested documents as soon as possible." There was no company name, no signature, just that one sentence. I deleted the email immediately. My instincts told me it was them, trying one last time to get what they wanted. I blocked the sender and checked my accounts again. Everything seemed fine, but I could not shake the feeling that I had narrowly avoided something much worse. A week passed, then another. No more emails, no strange phone calls. It seemed like they had moved on. Still, I remained cautious. I researched more about job scams and learned that many people had fallen victim to similar schemes. Some had lost their identities. Others had their bank accounts drained. It was terrifying to think how close I had come to the same fate. I became more careful in my job search. Before applying anywhere, I checked company records, verified their phone numbers, and looked for real employee reviews. I refused to take another virtual interview without first confirming the company's legitimacy. Months later, I finally secured a real job with a legitimate company. The hiring process was thorough, with in-person meetings, proper documentation, and no unusual requests for personal information. The difference was clear, and I realized just how reckless I had been before. I never found out who was behind the scam, but I learned a valuable lesson. Not everything that seems professional is real. Now I research every company before responding to an offer, and I never share sensitive information without absolute proof of legitimacy. I was lucky to catch it before it was too late, but I will never forget how close I came to becoming a victim. Story 23. When I bought the used laptop, I was just looking for a good deal. The seller had listed it online, claiming it was in great condition with only minor use. The price was reasonable, and I needed something reliable without spending too much. I met the seller in a public place, exchanged the cash, and took the laptop home. Everything seemed fine at first. It booted up quickly, the screen was clear, and there were no visible issues. The seller had assured me it was wiped clean, but I still wanted to check for myself. I spent the first hour going through the files, making sure there was nothing left behind. At first, it seemed completely empty. No photos, no documents, no history. But then I found a single folder buried deep in the system, hidden among other files that did not look important. It had a random string of numbers and letters as its name, like it had been automatically generated. Something about it felt off. My curiosity got the best of me and I clicked on it. Inside, I found several video files. The timestamps stretched back months. My first thought was that these were personal recordings the seller had forgotten to delete. But as I clicked on the first one, my stomach tightened. The footage was grainy, taken at night, and the angle was strange. It looked like it had been filmed through a window. At first, I struggled to understand what I was looking at. Then, I noticed the familiar layout of a living room. My living room. I stared at the screen, my chest tightening. The video showed me sitting on my couch, completely unaware that I was being filmed. The camera was positioned outside, just beyond my window, capturing me as I scrolled through my phone. My hand started to shake. I clicked on another file. The angle was slightly different, but it was still from outside my home. It showed me moving through the kitchen, completely oblivious to the camera watching me. I checked the timestamps. Some of them were from months ago, but others were recent. Too recent. My heart pounded as I opened another file. This one was different. The camera had moved closer. The footage showed my bedroom window, the curtains slightly open. My breath caught as I saw myself getting ready for bed. I remembered that night. I had no idea I was being watched, but someone had been standing out there in the dark, recording me. I pushed my chair back, suddenly feeling exposed. My mind raced with questions. Who had taken these videos? How had they ended up on this laptop? Was it the seller? Or had the files been left behind by someone before them? The thought made my skin crawl. I felt the urge to shut all my windows, lock every door, check every corner of the house. But I forced myself to stay calm. I needed to think. I scrolled through the rest of the files, my stomach twisting. Each video was worse than the last. One showed me sitting by the window, reading. Another showed me stepping outside to get the mail. Whoever had recorded these had been watching me for months, studying me, learning my habits. I felt sick. I checked the file details, looking for any clues. The videos had been transferred to the laptop before it was sold, which meant the person who filmed them was connected to the device. I searched for any trace of the seller's information. Nothing. They had wiped everything else clean. I considered reaching out to them, demanding answers, but I knew that if they had done this, they would not admit to it. And if they had not, then the real person responsible was still out there. I grabbed my phone and called the authorities. My voice was unsteady as I explained what I had found. They took it seriously. Within the hour, an officer arrived at my house. I showed them the files, scrolling through the disturbing footage. They asked me if I had noticed anything strange in the past few months. I thought back, trying to remember. There had been small things. The feeling of being watched, the occasional sound outside at night, but I had always dismissed it, assuming it was nothing. The officer took the laptop for further investigation. They assured me they would try to trace the videos back to whoever had recorded them. In the meantime, they told me to be cautious, keep my doors and windows locked, be aware of my surroundings. Their words did little to comfort me. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made my pulse race. I kept glancing at my windows, half expecting to see someone standing outside. The fear of it kept me awake, my mind running through every possibility. Had they stopped watching me? Or were they still out there, waiting? The next few days were unbearable. I checked for updates from the authorities, but there was no news. Whoever had filmed the videos had covered their tracks well. There was no clear link to the seller, no way to trace where the footage had come from. It was as if the person had vanished without a trace. The officers told me they would continue investigating, but I could tell they had little to go on. I could not stay in that house any longer. The idea that someone had been outside, watching me for months, knowing my routines, knowing where I slept, was too much. I packed up my things and moved to a new place. A fresh start. A place where no one had watched me through my own windows. Even after moving, the paranoia lingered. I changed my habits, kept my curtains shut, avoided routines that could be tracked. I installed cameras around my new home, checking them constantly. But no matter what I did, I could not shake the feeling that I was not safe. That somewhere, someone still had those videos. That they still knew where to find me. And the worst part was knowing I would probably never find out who it was. Story 24. The night was cold and I was exhausted. I had stayed out later than planned, and all I wanted was to get home. The streets were quiet as I stood on the curb, waiting for my rideshare. The app showed the driver was just a few minutes away. I kept my hands in my pockets, shifting my weight from one foot to the other, watching the small icon on my phone move closer. A black sedan pulled up to the curb, matching the description in the app. The license plate was correct, and the driver's name matched what I had been given. Without hesitation, I got in, settling into the back seat and clicking my seatbelt. The driver gave a polite nod through the rearview mirror, then pulled away from the curb without a word. At first, everything seemed normal. The city lights blurred past as we drove through mostly empty streets. I glanced at my phone, tracking our route. The estimated arrival time was short, just 15 minutes. I leaned my head against the window, trying to relax. Minutes passed, and I noticed we were taking an unfamiliar route. The roads looked less and less familiar, and soon the bright city lights gave way to dimly lit streets. I sat up straighter, watching as the buildings grew farther apart. My phone screen showed the car was no longer following the mapped route. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I think you missed a turn." The driver did not respond. He kept his eyes on the road, his hands steady on the wheel. My stomach tightened. I looked back at my phone, trying to reroute the map, but my signal was weak. The screen flickered as it struggled to update. The car kept moving, taking another turn onto a darker road. Streetlights became sparse, and the sound of other cars faded away. The app still showed my original destination, but we were nowhere near it. My heart began to pound as I realized we were headed toward an area I did not recognize. I tried again. "Excuse me? Where are we going?" This time, the driver glanced at me through the mirror. His face remained expressionless. "Shortcut," he said flatly. His voice was quiet, almost detached. Everything inside me screamed that this was not right. I knew this city. There was no shortcut that led away from everything into what looked like an empty stretch of road. My hands felt clammy as I gripped my phone tighter. I looked out the window, trying to spot anything familiar. The road was lined with old warehouses and empty lots. No houses, no stores, nothing that suggested we were near my neighborhood. My pulse quickened as the car slowed down, pulling into a wide open space surrounded by broken fences. The only light came from a flickering street lamp in the distance. My breath caught in my throat. This is not my stop. The driver put the car in park, but did not turn around. His hands remained on the wheel, his posture still. My mind raced, running through every possible scenario. My door was locked, but I knew I could unlock it manually. My fingers hovered over the handle, every muscle in my body tensed. "Let me out," I said, forcing my voice to stay even. For a long moment he did not move. Then, slowly, he reached down and pressed a button on the dashboard. The locks clicked open. I did not wait. I pushed the door open and stepped out quickly, my legs shaking as I moved. The air was cold against my face, my breaths coming out fast and uneven. The driver stayed in the car, watching me through the mirror. I took a few steps back, keeping my eyes on him. My phone signal had returned, and I immediately pulled up the app to report what had happened. Before I could finish typing, the car reversed sharply, backing out of the lot with a screech of tires. Within seconds, it disappeared down the road. I stood there, my heart hammering against my ribs. My hands were shaking as I tried to steady my breathing. I looked around, realizing how empty and quiet the lot was. If I had not spoken up, if I had hesitated even a little longer, I did not know what would have happened. I called another ride, this time double-checking every detail before getting in. The second driver gave me a concerned look when he saw my face, but I did not say much. I just wanted to get home. When I finally walked through my front door, I locked it behind me and exhaled. I reported the driver to the app, giving every detail I could remember. I never got a follow-up, never found out who he really was or what he had planned. But I knew one thing for certain: I would never get into another car without checking everything twice. Story 25. The apartment was small, but it was exactly what I needed. A fresh start, a quiet space, and a place to call my own. I spent the first few days unpacking, arranging furniture, and settling into a routine. Everything felt normal at first. Just the usual sounds of an old building, the occasional creak of the floorboards, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant footsteps of neighbors moving around. But then I started hearing something that I could not explain. A whisper, faint and distant, carried through the vents. At first, I barely noticed it. I would be washing dishes or scrolling through my phone when I would hear a soft sound, like air shifting unnaturally. I assumed it was the plumbing or the ventilation system, nothing worth thinking about. But as the days passed, I began to notice a pattern. The whispers always came when the apartment was completely silent. Late at night, early in the morning, or in those still moments when I was alone with my thoughts. It never sounded like random noise. It sounded like words, like something just beyond my ability to fully hear. Then, one night, I heard it clearly for the first time. I had just turned off the television and was heading to bed when a voice drifted from the air vent near the ceiling. It was barely audible, but the moment I heard it, I froze. The voice was whispering my name. I stood there, my heart pounding, my breath caught in my throat. I waited, listening, hoping that I had imagined it. But a few seconds later, I heard it again. The soft, deliberate whisper of my name, slipping through the vent like a breath of cold air. I told myself it was nothing. Sound traveled strangely in old buildings. Maybe a neighbor had a television on, or maybe someone was speaking in another apartment and the vents carried the noise. I tried to ignore it, brushing it off as a coincidence, but deep down I felt something was wrong. The next day I paid closer attention to the sounds in the building. During the afternoon I could hear the usual noises, doors opening and closing, distant conversations, footsteps in the hallway. But none of those sounds matched the whisper I had heard the night before. That voice had been too close, too personal. That night, I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing toward the vents, expecting to see something peering back at me. When the whisper returned, I was in bed, half asleep, my name spoken softly, almost intimately. I sat up, my pulse racing. The voice was coming from the vent near the floor this time. I turned on the lamp and stared at it, trying to convince myself that there was a logical explanation. But I knew better. The whisper was moving. It was never coming from the same place twice. I started staying up later, trying to catch it in the act. I would sit in my living room with all the lights off, waiting. Some nights nothing happened. Other nights I would hear it again, my name spoken just above a breath. It sent chills down my spine every time. I tried to tell myself that I was imagining things, that maybe I was just tired or stressed. But no matter how much I tried to deny it, the whispers kept coming. One evening, I decided to test something. I turned off everything in my apartment, no television, no music, nothing that could create noise. I sat in complete silence, waiting. Minutes passed. The only sound was the occasional creak of the building. Then, just as I was about to give up, I heard it again. My name, whispered so softly I almost missed it. My body tensed as I turned toward the vent near the kitchen. This time I did something I had not done before. I whispered back. Who was there? Silence. I felt my stomach tighten as I waited, straining to hear any response. My apartment suddenly felt colder, as if the air itself had shifted. Then, just as I started to convince myself that I was losing my mind, the whisper came again. My name. But this time it was not coming from the vent. It was right behind me. I turned so fast that I nearly knocked over a chair. My breath came in short, uneven bursts as I scanned the empty room. There was no one there. My apartment was exactly the same as it had been moments ago, yet everything felt different. The air was heavy, charged with something I could not explain. My skin prickled as I backed away from the kitchen, my heart pounding in my chest. I did not sleep that night. I sat on the couch with every light in the apartment turned on, clutching my phone in my hand. I kept telling myself that I would call someone, tell a friend, but I never did. What would I even say? That I was hearing whispers in the vents. That something had said my name from right behind me. No one would believe me. The next morning I packed a bag. I told myself it was just for a couple of nights, that I would go stay at a hotel and clear my head. Maybe I was just overtired. Maybe I needed a break. but as I locked the apartment door behind me and stepped out into the hallway, I had the distinct feeling that I was being watched. I did not return for days. When I finally went back, the apartment felt different. The air was still heavy, but the whispers were gone. I wanted to believe that whatever had been there had left, that I had imagined it all, but deep down I knew the truth. Some things do not go away. They just wait. Story 26. The first night on the job felt uneventful at first. I sat in the small security office, sipping bad coffee and watching the monitors in front of me. The building I was assigned to guard was an old office complex that had been shut down months ago. No employees, no maintenance staff, nothing. Just an empty structure that I was supposed to keep an eye on until morning. I spent the first hour familiarizing myself with the cameras. Most of them showed empty hallways, dimly lit stairwells, and dusty offices. The only sound was the hum of the fluorescent light above me. I checked my phone, trying to pass the time, but something on the screen caught my eye. One of the monitors showed movement. My breath caught in my throat as I leaned forward. A figure had just crossed the hallway on the second floor. It was quick, just a blur, but it was there. I flipped through the cameras, trying to catch another glimpse. The building was supposed to be locked. No one should be inside. I told myself it could be a glitch, maybe a leftover recording playing by mistake. But then I saw another one. This time the camera in the lobby caught a man standing near the entrance. He did not move. He was just standing there, facing away from the camera. My stomach tightened as I switched views again, checking the hallway where I had seen the first figure. A woman was there now. She was standing completely still, her back to the camera, just like the man in the lobby. My skin prickled as I flipped through the feeds again. More figures appeared. Some were in the stairwells, others in empty rooms, all standing motionless. None of them moved. None of them looked at the cameras. I swallowed hard and checked the door to the security office. It was locked, but that did not ease my fear. I reached for my radio, considering calling my supervisor, but I hesitated. What was I supposed to say? That the cameras were showing people who should not be there. It sounded ridiculous. I needed to check the building myself before making a call. I grabbed my flashlight and forced myself to stand. My heart pounded as I stepped into the dimly lit hallway outside the office. The air felt colder out here, the silence pressing in around me. I made my way toward the main entrance, my footsteps echoing in the empty space. The doors were still locked, undisturbed, no signs of forced entry. I moved toward the stairwell, gripping the flashlight tightly. Every instinct in me screamed to turn back, but I had to know. The cameras had shown people here. They had to be somewhere. I stepped onto the second floor, the air thick with dust. The hallway stretched in front of me, lined with empty offices. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, but nothing moved. I checked each room, my breath shallow. Empty. Empty. Every door was locked. Every office was abandoned. I reached the end of the hallway and turned back, my heart still racing. Maybe it had been a glitch after all. Maybe I had imagined it. But then, as I passed one of the office doors, something caught my eye. The dust on the floor had been disturbed. There were footprints. They led from the far end of the hallway toward one of the rooms I had just checked. My fingers tightened around the flashlight as I turned toward the door. It was closed, just like before, but I knew I had seen the footprints leading inside. I swallowed hard and reached for the handle. Slowly I pushed the door open, the hinges creaking in protest. The room was empty, just a desk, a chair, and a window covered in grime. But something felt off. The air inside was different, heavy and stale. I took a step inside, scanning the corners with my light. Nothing. Just as I exhaled, relieved, my radio crackled to life. A burst of static filled the silence, making me jump. I fumbled to turn it down, my hands shaking. Then something else happened. The door behind me clicked shut. My breath caught in my throat as I turned. The door was closed, but I had not touched it. Panic surged through me as I lunged for the handle. It would not budge. My pulse pounded in my ears as I yanked at it again, harder this time. Locked. The realization sent a wave of fear through me. I was trapped. My flashlight flickered for a second, and the shadows in the corners seemed to shift. I banged on the door, my voice shaking as I called for help. No response. My radio was still filled with static, useless. I turned back to the room, my mind racing. There had to be another way out. My eyes landed on the window, but it was locked from the inside, the glass covered in a thick layer of dirt. Then, in the dim glow of my flashlight, I saw it. A figure standing just outside the glass. My stomach dropped as I realized it was one of the people from the cameras, motionless, facing away from me. My breath hitched, and I took a shaky step back. Then, without warning, the figure moved. It turned toward me. The face was obscured by the grime, but I could see the outline of its head, the shape of its shoulders. It pressed its hand against the glass, fingers splayed. My flashlight flickered again, and for a split second, I swore I saw more figures standing behind it. The doorknob behind me rattled. I spun around, my chest tightening with fear. Then, just as suddenly as it had locked, the door swung open on its own. I stumbled backward into the hallway, gasping for air. The room behind me was empty again. No figures, no one at the window, just darkness. I did not wait to investigate further. I ran, down the stairs, through the lobby, straight to the security office. I locked the door and collapsed into the chair, my hands still trembling. The monitors still showed the empty hallways. The figures were gone. I called my supervisor, my voice unsteady as I explained what had happened. He arrived an hour later, but by then everything looked normal. No footprints, no locked doors, no sign of anything unusual. He listened, nodded, then told me to finish my shift. I sat there for the rest of the night, staring at the screens, waiting for something to move again. But nothing did. When morning came, I turned in my badge and walked away. I never went back. Whatever was inside the building, it did not want to be seen. But for one terrifying night, I saw it anyway. And I knew it had seen me too. Story 27. I was in the middle of my lunch break when my phone buzzed. At first, I thought nothing of it, expecting a routine notification or some automated message. But when I glanced at the screen, a strange number stared back at me. No name, no contact save just a sequence of digits I did not recognize. Curious, I opened the message, expecting spam or a wrong number. Instead, my breath caught in my throat. The text was short, direct, and far too specific. It described my exact outfit down to the color of my shirt, the type of shoes I was wearing, even the way my sleeves were rolled up. At the end of the message, it detailed my exact location, mentioning the restaurant by name and even my seat near the window. My stomach tightened. I read the message again, slower this time, hoping I had misunderstood. But there was no mistake. Someone was watching me. Someone knew exactly where I was, what I was wearing, and they wanted me to know it. My eyes darted around the room, scanning the faces of the people nearby. No one seemed out of place. No one was looking at me. but the feeling of being watched crept over my skin, cold and unshakable. I forced myself to stay calm. I could have been paranoid, maybe even overreacting. It could have been a prank, some strange coincidence. But deep down, I knew better. My hands tightened around my phone as I tried to think. Should I respond? Should I ignore it? My pulse pounded as I stared at the message, my mind racing through possibilities. I decided not to reply. Instead, I casually adjusted my position, shifting in my seat to get a better view of my surroundings. I looked toward the entrance, the windows, anywhere someone could be watching from. But nothing stood out. The lunch crowd moved around me as usual, unaware of the tension building in my chest. Then my phone buzzed again. Another message. My heart pounded as I looked down. The words were even worse this time. Do not bother looking. You will not find me. A slow wave of dread washed over me. My skin prickled, my mouth went dry. Whoever this was, they knew exactly what I was doing. They were close enough to see me move, close enough to know I was looking for them. I fought the urge to get up and run. Instead, I took a slow breath and thought carefully. I needed to leave, but I could not make it obvious. I forced myself to finish my drink, acting as naturally as I could. Then, casually, I gathered my things and stood. My phone buzzed again. Leaving already? My blood ran cold. They were still watching. They knew I was getting up. My breathing felt shallow as I walked toward the exit, resisting the urge to break into a run. The moment I stepped outside, I scanned the street, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. People passed by, cars moved along the road, but no one seemed out of place. I walked quickly, keeping my head down, moving toward my car. The whole time I expected another text, another message confirming that they were still there. But my phone stayed silent. When I reached my car, I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking slightly. I got in, locked the doors, and took a deep breath. I checked my phone one last time before driving away. No new messages, no sign of who it was. But the damage was done. Someone had been close enough to see me, close enough to track my movements in real time. And the worst part, I had no idea who they were. The rest of the day passed in a haze. I kept checking my phone, expecting another text, but nothing came. I thought about calling someone, reporting it, but what would I even say? That someone had described my outfit and location. That I felt like I was being watched, but had no proof. I told myself it was a one-time thing, that it would not happen again. That night, I could not relax. Every sound outside made me tense. Every notification on my phone sent a chill down my spine. I kept checking my windows, my locks, my surroundings. But there was nothing. No more messages. No more signs that anyone was watching. Just as I started to convince myself it was over, my phone buzzed again. I hesitated before looking. A part of me did not want to know. But I forced myself to check, and my blood ran cold. Nice apartment. You should really close your curtains. I dropped my phone. My entire body tensed as I turned slowly toward the window. The blinds were partially open, and the streetlights outside cast faint shadows against the walls. I moved cautiously, trying to see if someone was outside. But there was nothing. No movement, no sign of anyone standing nearby. I yanked the curtains shut, my heart pounding so loudly I could hear it in my ears. My mind raced with questions. How long had they been watching? How did they know where I lived? I had not responded to any of the messages, had not given them anything to work with. Yet somehow, they knew. I checked the locks again, making sure everything was secure. Then I sat on my bed, gripping my phone with both hands, debating my next move. I could not ignore this anymore. Whoever it was, they were not just messing with me. They were escalating. I opened my messages and typed out a response. "Who are you?" The reply came almost instantly. "That is not important." And my stomach turned. I stared at the screen, unsure of what to do next. Then another message came through. "Do not worry. I am just making sure you are safe." My breath caught in my throat. There was nothing comforting about those words. If anything, they made it worse. My hands were shaking as I locked my phone and placed it face down on the table. I did not want to see another message. I did not want to know what else they had to say. That night, I barely slept. Every sound in the apartment made me jump. Every creak of the floorboard set my nerves on edge. I kept my phone on silent, refusing to check if more messages had come through. But even with my curtains closed and my doors locked, I could not shake the feeling that someone was still watching. By morning, I had made my decision. I packed a bag, grabbed my keys, and left without looking back. I did not know who had been tracking me or why, but I knew one thing for sure: I was not going to wait around to find out. Story 28. I checked into the motel late in the evening, exhausted from a long drive. It was not the kind of place I would normally choose, but I had been driving for hours and I needed a place to sleep. The motel sat on the edge of a lonely highway, its flickering neon sign barely visible against the dark sky. The parking lot was mostly empty except for a few scattered cars, and the front desk clerk barely acknowledged me as he handed over the key. He did not ask for my name, nor did he offer any pleasantries. It was a simple transaction, nothing more. The hallway leading to my room smelled faintly of mildew and old carpet. The walls were thin, and I could hear the muffled sounds of a television playing in one of the nearby rooms. When I reached my door, I slid the key into the lock, relieved when it clicked open on the first try. The room was as basic as I expected. A single bed with a faded bedspread, a small wooden table, a television that looked like it had not been used in years. The bathroom was clean enough, though the tiles were cracked, and the mirror had spots of rust creeping along its edges. I locked the door behind me, sliding the deadbolt into place. Just to be safe, I checked the window as well, making sure it was locked. The thin curtains barely covered the glass, allowing a faint glow from the motel's neon sign to seep through. I set my bag down near the bed, kicked off my shoes, and collapsed onto the mattress. It was stiff, but I was too tired to care. I grabbed my phone, scrolled mindlessly for a while, and then set an alarm for the morning. At some point, I drifted off to sleep. I did not know how long I had been out when I first heard the knock. It was soft at first, barely loud enough to pull me from my sleep. I lay there, blinking in the darkness, unsure if I had imagined it. The room was silent except for the distant hum of the motel's sign outside. I glanced at my phone. It was a little past 2 a.m. My heart started beating faster. Another knock came, louder this time. I held my breath, listening. Maybe someone had the wrong room. Maybe they would realize their mistake and leave. But then, just as I started to relax, I heard it. A soft, metallic scraping sound. It was unmistakable. Someone was trying to pick the lock. My body went rigid. My mind raced through my options. I did not move, did not make a sound. If they thought the room was empty, maybe they would give up. The scraping continued, slow and deliberate. My breathing was shallow, my hands gripping the sheets as I stared at the door. The lock rattled slightly, the knob turning just enough to make my stomach twist. I forced myself to sit up as quietly as possible. My phone was still on the nightstand, and I grabbed it with shaking fingers. I considered calling the front desk, but I doubted the clerk would care. Instead, I hovered over the call screen, ready to dial 911 if I had to. I looked around the room, searching for anything I could use to defend myself. The only thing within reach was the heavy lamp on the nightstand. I gripped it, my knuckles turning white. The noise at the door suddenly stopped. The silence was even worse than the sound of the lock being tampered with. I strained to hear any movement outside, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no voices, just an eerie stillness. I crept toward the door, pressing my eye against the peephole. My pulse pounded in my ears. The hallway was empty. For a long moment I stood there, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. Slowly, I backed away from the door, my heart still racing. I double-checked the lock, then shoved a chair under the doorknob for extra security. I did not trust that whoever had been outside was truly gone. I sat back on the bed, gripping my phone, my entire body on edge. Every little noise made me jump. The sound of the motel sign buzzing outside, the occasional creak of the building settling, the distant sound of a car passing on the highway. I could not shake the feeling that someone was still there, watching, waiting. Sleep was impossible. I sat awake for the rest of the night, my eyes darting toward the door every few minutes. At one point, I thought I heard footsteps in the hallway, but when I checked the peephole again, there was nothing. The hours dragged on, and I counted down the minutes until sunrise. As soon as daylight broke, I grabbed my bag, yanked open the door, and stepped into the hallway. My heart pounded as I scanned the area. The motel was eerily quiet, as if the events of the night before had never happened. I forced myself to walk toward the front desk, my nerves still on edge. The clerk barely looked up as I approached. He was the same man from the night before, uninterested and detached. I hesitated before speaking, unsure if there was even a point in telling him what had happened. "Did anyone report anything strange last night?" I asked, keeping my voice even. The clerk glanced up, raising an eyebrow. "Strange how?" I swallowed hard. Someone knocked on my door and tried to pick the lock. The clerk sighed, as if this was nothing new. "You sure it was not just some drunk guest? Happens sometimes." I shook my head. No, this was different. They were trying to get in. He studied me for a moment, then shrugged. "If you did not see anyone, there is not much we can do." He reached under the counter and pulled out a clipboard. "You want to file a report." I stared at him, realizing how pointless it was. Even if I filled out a report, nothing would come of it. There were no cameras, no security, and the clerk clearly did not care. I exhaled sharply and shook my head. "No, I am checking out." He nodded, uninterested, and slid a piece of paper toward me to sign. I scribbled my signature, then grabbed my bag and walked out without another word. The morning air felt cooler than it should have, and I shivered as I stepped into the parking lot. My car was still there, exactly where I had left it. I unlocked the door and slid inside, locking it behind me the moment I sat down. My hands were still shaking slightly as I gripped the steering wheel. As I pulled onto the highway, I glanced at the motel one last time in my rearview mirror. It looked just as ordinary as it had the night before, a rundown place with flickering neon lights and faded paint. But I knew better. Something had been outside my door that night, and I had no intention of ever finding out what it was. Story 29. The first call came on a quiet afternoon. I was in the middle of something when my phone vibrated, displaying a number I did not recognize. I let it ring, assuming it was a telemarketer or a wrong number. When it finally stopped, I glanced at the screen. No voicemail, no message, just a missed call from a number that meant nothing to me. I dismissed it and went on with my day. The next day, my phone rang again. It was the same number. This time I hesitated for a second before declining the call. Again, there was no voicemail, no attempt to explain why they were calling. It was odd, but I had no reason to care. Calls from unknown numbers happened all the time. By the end of the week, the calls became a daily occurrence. Every day, sometimes twice, my phone would ring, always from the same number. I never answered. If it was important, I figured they would leave a message, but they never did. Frustrated, I blocked the number, assuming that would be the end of it. I was wrong. The next day, another call came in, this time from a number that looked nearly identical to the one I had blocked. The last few digits were different, but everything else was the same. I stared at the screen, uneasy. I let it ring, waiting to see if they would leave a voicemail. They did not. By the second week, it had become a strange routine. Each day, a call would come from a number, just slightly different from the last. No messages, no explanation. I considered answering, but something about it unsettled me. It was the persistence of it, the quiet, nameless presence of those calls. I told myself it was some automated system, an aggressive spammer trying to bypass the block. I tried not to let it bother me, but it did. One night, after nearly 3 weeks of missed calls, I had enough. I was lying in bed when my phone vibrated on my nightstand. I knew what it was before I even looked. The same unknown number, slightly changed but still familiar. My hand hovered over the screen, my heart pounding for no reason I could understand. Then, before I could talk myself out of it, I answered. For a few seconds there was silence. Not the kind of static-filled silence of a bad connection. This was deep, hollow, like the empty space between sounds. I waited, holding my breath. Then, finally, I heard something. My own voice. It took me a second to understand what I was hearing. The words were faint, slightly distorted, but unmistakably mine. I listened in stunned silence as my own voice spoke back to me. It was not an echo. It was not someone mimicking me. It was a recording of me saying something I did not remember saying. The words were ordinary. A casual sentence, spoken in a tone that sounded like me, but I could not place when I had ever said it. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the call ended. I stared at my phone, my chest tightening. My recent calls log showed nothing. No incoming call, no record of the conversation that had just happened. My fingers trembled as I scrolled through my voice recordings, my messages, anything that could explain what I had just heard. There was nothing. I told myself it had to be some kind of glitch. Maybe an old voicemail playing by mistake. Maybe a scammer using voice manipulation software. I did not know how, but there had to be a rational explanation. Still, I could not shake the unease settling in my stomach. I reset my phone that night, wiping everything clean. I changed my number, convinced that whatever was happening would stop once I cut off all contact. For a few days it worked. My phone was silent. No more missed calls. No more strange numbers. I started to feel normal again, like maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But then, on the 5th night, my phone rang. The number was new, but the pattern was the same. My blood ran cold as I watched the screen light up, my heart pounding in my chest. I did not answer. I could not. The call started again, just like before. Every day a new number, slightly altered, always unknown. I never answered again. I never wanted to hear what else my voice might say. Some things are better left unknown. Story 30. I arrived at the park just as the sun was beginning to set. The air was crisp, the fading daylight casting long shadows across the pavement. It was my usual time for a jog, a routine I had followed for months. The park was familiar, the path predictable, and the sense of comfort in knowing every turn made it easy to let my mind wander. I tightened my shoelaces, took a deep breath, and started my run. The first lap was uneventful. My breathing was steady, my pace controlled. The park had the usual evening crowd, dog walkers, couples on strolls, a few cyclists. It was peaceful, the kind of atmosphere that made jogging enjoyable. As I rounded a bend near the old wooden bench by the pathway, my eyes briefly landed on a man standing nearby. He was alone, hands in his pockets, his gaze directed forward. I barely paid attention and kept running. The second time I passed the bench, he was still there. His posture had not changed. He did not appear to be waiting for anyone or checking a phone. He just stood there, looking in the direction of the path. A small unease settled in my stomach, but I ignored it. Maybe he was waiting for a friend, or just enjoying the cool evening air. I focused on my breathing, shaking off the strange feeling. By the third lap, I could not ignore it anymore. He was still in the exact same spot. No phone, no movement, no signs of distraction. He was watching. Not overtly, not making it obvious, but I could feel it. That prickling sensation at the back of my neck, the one that tells you when you are being observed. My instincts told me something was off. I debated cutting my run short, but I hated the idea of changing my routine because of a stranger. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe he was just lost in thought. Maybe he was waiting for someone who had not arrived yet. I tried to be rational, but my pace had quickened, and my heartbeat was not entirely from the jogging anymore. The fourth lap confirmed my worst fear. He had moved not much, just a few steps closer to the path. He was still watching. The rest of the park had begun to empty out as the sun dipped lower. The families were gone, the casual walkers had left. There were fewer people around, and that made everything feel different. I decided to test him. Instead of taking my usual route, I veered off onto a side path that wound through a cluster of trees before reconnecting with the main track. I picked up my pace, listening carefully. If he was watching me, he would adjust his position. If he was truly just standing there, then I would come back to find him in the same spot. When I emerged from the side path, my breath caught in my throat. He was gone. I looked around quickly, scanning the benches, the trees, the nearby parking lot. I tried to convince myself that he had simply left, but deep down I knew better. My gut told me he had not left. He had moved. He was adjusting to me, just like I had adjusted my route to test him. I forced myself to stay calm. My car was at the far end of the lot, past the main entrance. If I walked directly to it, would he follow? If I panicked and ran, would that make me an easier target? My heart pounded as I considered my options. I made a decision. Instead of heading straight for my car, I jogged toward a small picnic area where a group of people were sitting. I slowed my pace, pretending to check my phone as I stretched near them. My hands trembled slightly as I stole a glance around the park. Then I saw him. He was now standing near the entrance to the parking lot. He had moved closer to the direction of my car. My stomach dropped. He had not left. He had simply positioned himself ahead of me, as if anticipating where I would go next. I did not hesitate. I raised my phone to my ear, pretending to be on a call. "Hey," I said loudly, making sure my voice carried. "Yeah, I just finished my run. Can you meet me at the park entrance? I see you. I am coming now." There was no one on the other end, but he did not know that. I started walking toward the parking lot, but instead of heading straight to my car, I approached an older couple who were packing up their picnic. "Excuse me," I said quickly, my voice as steady as I could manage. "Would you mind walking with me to my car? I think someone has been following me." The man looked at me, then glanced toward the entrance. He must have seen the worry in my eyes because he nodded immediately. "Of course," he said, his wife giving me a concerned look. "Which car is yours?" I pointed to it as we walked together. My heart was still hammering in my chest, but I felt a little safer with them beside me. I glanced toward where the man had been standing, but now he was gone. I did not waste any time. I thanked the couple, got into my car, and locked the doors. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. I drove out of the lot, my eyes scanning the sidewalks, the side streets. But I did not see him. He had disappeared. I did not go back to that park after that night. I changed my jogging route, started running at different times, always staying in well-lit areas with more people around. I bought a small can of pepper spray, something I had never considered necessary before. I never saw the man again, but I often thought about that night, about the way he had stood there, waiting, watching, adjusting to my movements. Maybe he was just a harmless stranger. Maybe it was all in my head. But I did not think so, and I was not going to take that chance. Story 31. The moment I arrived at the Airbnb, I felt a sense of relief. The long drive had left me exhausted, and I was eager to settle in for the night. The house was cozy, with modern furnishings and a clean, welcoming atmosphere. The host had left a small note on the counter with a Wi-Fi password and a few recommendations for local restaurants. Everything seemed perfect for a peaceful stay, and I was looking forward to unwinding. After setting my bags down, I decided to freshen up. The bathroom was small but well kept, with fresh towels neatly folded on a rack. A decorative plant sat on the counter near the mirror, adding a touch of greenery to the space. As I washed my hands, I noticed something odd about the plant. The leaves looked a little too perfect, and the pot itself seemed slightly out of place. Curiosity got the best of me, and I leaned in for a closer look. At first, nothing seemed unusual, but then I noticed a tiny lens hidden among the leaves. My heart pounded as I realized what I was looking at. It was a camera, carefully concealed inside the plant, pointing directly toward the shower. A wave of panic rushed over me, and I immediately stepped back. I took a deep breath and tried to think clearly. I reached for my phone and opened the camera app, using the flashlight to inspect the lens further. There was no doubt about it. Someone had intentionally placed the camera in a way that would record anyone using the bathroom. The thought made my stomach turn, and I felt a chill run down my spine. I knew I had to do something, but I was unsure of the best course of action. I did not want to alert the owner just yet, in case they were responsible. Instead, I carefully unplugged the camera from its power source and set it aside. My hands were shaking as I searched the room for any other hidden devices. I checked the bedroom, the living room, and even the kitchen, but nothing else seemed suspicious. My mind raced with possibilities. Had other guests been recorded without their knowledge? Was this something the host had done intentionally, or was there another explanation? I felt violated and uneasy, knowing that my privacy had been invaded. The cozy atmosphere I had felt earlier was completely gone, replaced with a deep sense of discomfort. I needed to report this, but I wanted proof first. I took several pictures of the camera and the way it had been hidden inside the plant. Then, I searched online for the best way to handle the situation. I found several stories of people discovering hidden cameras in vacation rentals, and the advice was always the same. Contact the authorities and report it immediately. With my heart still pounding, I dialed the non-emergency police number and explained the situation. The operator took my information and assured me that an officer would be sent to investigate. While waiting, I locked all the doors and sat on the couch, feeling more uneasy with every passing minute. I could not shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I had removed the camera. When the officer arrived, I led them straight to the bathroom and showed them the device. They examined it carefully, asking me several questions about when I had checked in and if I had noticed anything suspicious before. I handed over my phone to show the pictures I had taken, and they nodded as they took their own set of images for evidence. The officer told me that cases like this were unfortunately becoming more common. They assured me that they would investigate and contact the rental platform to report the incident. Hearing that made me feel slightly better, but I still could not shake the unsettling feeling. The thought that someone had been watching other guests without their knowledge was deeply disturbing. The officer advised me to pack my things and leave for my own safety. They also suggested that I leave a review warning others about what I had found. I wasted no time gathering my belongings and heading to my car. Even though I had planned to stay for a few days, there was no way I could sleep in that house knowing what I had discovered. As I drove away, I called the rental company to report the incident. The representative was shocked and apologized repeatedly, assuring me that they would take immediate action. They offered me a refund and assistance in finding another place to stay. I appreciated their response, but the whole experience left me shaken. Later that night, I checked the rental listing again and saw that it had been taken down. I felt a small sense of relief knowing that no one else would have to experience what I did. However, I could not stop thinking about how many other hidden cameras might be out there, unnoticed by unsuspecting guests. Despite the unsettling experience, I learned an important lesson about being cautious when staying in unfamiliar places. From that day forward, I made it a habit to check for hidden cameras whenever I traveled. It was a small step to protect my privacy, but it gave me peace of mind. Knowing that I had reported the incident and taken action made me feel like I had done the right thing. Story 32. When I started my new job at a small office, I was eager to settle in and get to know my coworkers. The office was modest with only a handful of employees, and the atmosphere seemed friendly enough. During my first few days, I noticed something odd whenever the topic of the break room came up. A few coworkers would exchange glances or give vague responses when I asked about it. At first, I brushed it off as nothing more than workplace gossip or an inside joke. One afternoon, I decided to take my break a little later than usual. As I grabbed my coffee and started toward the break room, one of my coworkers stopped me. They asked what I was doing and glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost 7 in the evening, and their face suddenly looked tense. They told me it was not a good idea to use the break room this late and suggested I wait until the next morning. Curious, I asked why, but all I got was a vague warning about odd things happening at night. Another coworker, who had been listening, nodded in agreement and told me it was best to follow the unspoken rule. The entire situation seemed ridiculous to me. It was just a simple break room, nothing more than a space with a fridge, a microwave, and a few tables. There was no logical reason to avoid it after a certain hour, but their reactions made me wonder if there was more to this story. Determined to see for myself, I decided to stay late the following night. I finished my work and waited until most of my coworkers had left. The office became eerily quiet, with only the hum of the overhead lights and the occasional sound of papers shifting in the air. When the clock hit 7, I made my way to the break room, half expecting something dramatic to happen the moment I stepped inside. At first, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The vending machine hummed in the corner, and the microwave light flickered slightly as I placed my food inside. I leaned against the counter, sipping my coffee, and listened for anything unusual. The silence was thick, heavier than it had been before. Then I noticed something odd. The refrigerator door, which I was certain had been closed, was slightly ajar. A chill ran down my spine as I stared at it. I walked over, hesitating before pulling it open. Everything inside seemed untouched, but the air felt colder than it should have been. I shook off the feeling and shut the door firmly, making sure it latched properly this time. As I turned back toward the counter, I heard a soft creak behind me. The chair at the far end of the table had moved. It had been tucked in earlier, but now it was slightly pulled out, as if someone had just been sitting there. My heart started to pound, but I told myself I was imagining things. I had been alone the entire time, and there was no logical explanation for what I was seeing. Just as I convinced myself it was nothing, the microwave beeped, signaling that my food was done. I reached for the handle, but the second my fingers touched it, the lights in the break room flickered. They dimmed for a few seconds before returning to full brightness. That was enough for me. I grabbed my food quickly and left the room, walking faster than necessary back to my desk. The next morning, my co-workers seemed to know what I had done before I even said anything. One of them sighed and asked if I had noticed anything strange. I hesitated before admitting that something had felt off, but I did not go into detail. I still was not sure if it was just my imagination or if something real had happened. That day, I paid closer attention to the way my co-workers acted around the break room. They never entered alone in the evening, and some even avoided walking past it. A few whispered about someone who used to work there, someone who had stayed late one night and never returned. No one would say exactly what had happened, only that it was enough to make them cautious. Despite my unease, I decided I was not going to let fear control me. A few days later, I stayed late again, this time determined to prove there was a logical explanation. The office was quiet as usual, and I made my way to the break room, my footsteps echoing slightly against the tiled floor. The air inside felt heavy, and I noticed immediately that the chair had moved again. I knew for a fact that no one had used the break room after lunch, and yet it was sitting just slightly out of place. I forced myself to ignore it and focused on heating my food. As I waited, I heard something that made my stomach drop. A faint sound of breathing, slow and deliberate, came from the other side of the room. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. The sound did not come from the vents or the hallway. It was close, too close. I turned slowly, but the room was empty. My reflection in the window looked just as unsettled as I felt. The microwave beeped again, breaking the silence. I grabbed my food and rushed out of the room, refusing to look back. I did not stop until I was at my desk, my hands shaking slightly. That was the last time I stayed late alone. The following day, I told my coworkers everything. Instead of laughing, they nodded as if they had heard it all before. One of them told me I was lucky nothing worse had happened. They warned me again, this time with a serious tone, to never use the break room after a certain hour. From that night on, I followed their advice. I never stayed past a certain time, and if I needed to use the break room, I did so during the day. Whatever was in there, whether it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me, I decided I did not want to find out. The job was good, and the people were kind, but some things were better left alone. Story 33. I had taken this shortcut plenty of times before. The alley was narrow, lined with old brick buildings, and filled with the usual scattered trash and overflowing dumpsters. It was not the most pleasant route, but it saved me several minutes on my walk home. The streetlights barely reached into the space between the buildings, casting long, eerie shadows along the walls. I had never felt uneasy here before, but that night something felt different. As I walked, I heard footsteps behind me. They were faint but steady, matching my pace. I turned my head slightly, trying to catch a glimpse of who might be there, but the alley was empty. A chill ran down my spine as I stopped in my tracks to listen more carefully. The sound of the footsteps stopped as well, making my pulse quicken. I slowly turned around, scanning the area for any movement. For a few seconds, there was nothing but silence. Then, from the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow shift behind one of the dumpsters. My breath caught in my throat as I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination. Maybe it was a stray cat or the wind pushing debris around. But something inside me told me that was not the case. The shadow had been too tall, too human-like to be anything else. I took a slow step backward, keeping my eyes locked on the dumpster. The silence in the alley felt heavier than before, as if the air itself was pressing down on me. My heart pounded as I debated my next move. I could turn and run, but I did not know if the person hiding there would chase me, or I could confront whoever it was and hope they were not dangerous. Neither option felt safe. Summoning my courage, I cleared my throat and spoke. My voice was steady, but inside I felt far from calm. I asked if someone was there, but no answer came. The shadow remained still, unmoving, as if waiting for something. The longer I stared, the more I felt the growing tension creeping into my limbs. My fingers curled into fists as I braced myself for whatever would happen next. Then, without warning, the shadow moved again. This time, it was not a small shift, but a deliberate step forward. My breath hitched as I took a step back. The figure slowly emerged from behind the dumpster, and my stomach twisted with fear. It was a man, dressed in dark clothing, his face hidden in the dim light. He did not speak. He just stood there, watching me. Every instinct in me screamed to run, but I forced myself to stay calm. I did not want to appear afraid, even though I was. I asked what he wanted, but he remained silent. The tension between us grew unbearable, and I knew I had to act before he did. I turned on my heel and started walking quickly toward the end of the alley, forcing myself not to break into a sprint. The moment I moved, I heard the sound of footsteps following me. They were faster this time, more determined. My chest tightened as I realized I was being chased. Without hesitation, I broke into a full sprint, my feet pounding against the pavement. The end of the alley was just ahead, where the streetlights shone brighter. If I could just make it there, I might be safe. The footsteps behind me grew louder, closing the distance between us. I pushed myself harder, my breath coming in short gasps. My legs burned, but I did not dare slow down. Just as I reached the alley's exit, I felt a hand brush against my shoulder. Panic surged through me, and I lunged forward, nearly stumbling onto the sidewalk. I spun around, my heart hammering in my chest, expecting to see the man right behind me, but he was gone. The alley was empty once again, just as it had been when I first looked back. My body trembled with adrenaline as I scanned the darkness, searching for any sign of movement, but there was nothing. The only sound was my own ragged breathing and the distant hum of city traffic. I did not wait to see if he would return. I hurried away, my hands shaking as I reached for my phone. I considered calling for help, but what would I say? that I had been chased by someone who disappeared into thin air. I doubted anyone would believe me. Even I was struggling to make sense of what had happened. When I finally reached my building, I locked the door behind me and leaned against it, trying to catch my breath. My mind replayed the events over and over, searching for any explanation. Had I imagined it all? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Or the fear I had felt was real? The footsteps, the shadow, the man who had almost caught me, it had all been real. For the next few nights, I avoided the alley completely, taking the longer route home, no matter how late it was. The memory of that night stayed with me, a lingering unease that refused to fade. Even in the safety of my apartment, I found myself checking the locks more often, glancing over my shoulder whenever I was outside. Days passed, and nothing else happened. Eventually, I convinced myself that I had escaped whatever danger had been lurking in that alley. Maybe it had just been a random encounter, a one-time incident that would never happen again. But deep down, I knew better. Someone had been there that night, watching, waiting. And the scariest part was not knowing if they would ever return. Story 34. I had been looking forward to a quiet evening at home. The long day had left me exhausted, and all I wanted was to relax on the couch with a cup of tea. The house was silent, except for the occasional hum of the refrigerator and the faint ticking of the wall clock. I had always enjoyed my alone time, finding comfort in the familiar sounds of my home. But that night, the silence did not feel as comforting as it usually did. As I settled into the couch, my smart speaker suddenly came to life. At first, I thought it was just a random notification or an automatic update. Then I heard something that made my stomach tighten. It was my own voice speaking back to me. The words were familiar but unsettling, as I did not recall ever saying them. My voice played through the speaker as if I were on a phone call, but I had not used my phone all evening. I sat frozen, listening closely. The recording was a conversation, but I only recognized one side of it. My voice asked questions, responded to something, but the other person was missing. My heart pounded as I tried to remember if I had ever spoken those words. It was impossible. The phrases were things I might say, but I had no memory of ever saying them out loud. The recording ended abruptly, leaving only the quiet hum of the house behind. I grabbed my phone and checked the call log, but there were no recent calls. I checked my voice recordings, but nothing matched what I had just heard. My hands felt clammy as I scrolled through my messages, trying to find any evidence that could explain what had just happened. Nothing made sense. I told myself it had to be a glitch, but the uneasy feeling in my chest would not go away. A thought crossed my mind that made my breath catch. What if someone had been listening to me? The idea seemed ridiculous, but the longer I sat there, the more paranoid I became. I checked the smart speaker settings, looking for any signs of recent activity. Nothing had been scheduled or programmed to play. The only thing in the history was the recording that had just played. I stood up and walked around the house, checking every lock and window. Everything was secure, just as I had left it. I even checked the security cameras, but there was nothing unusual on the footage. The feeling of being watched crept over me, making me shiver. The walls of my home, which once felt safe, now felt like they were closing in. I considered unplugging the speaker, but I wanted to understand what had happened first. I played the recording again, trying to pick apart the words, the tone, anything that might offer a clue. My voice sounded normal, but the way I spoke felt distant, like I was speaking to someone I trusted. But who and when? I had no answers, only more questions. A sudden thought made my blood run cold. What if this was not just a glitch? What if someone had accessed my device and was using it to manipulate me? I had heard of stories where hackers took control of smart speakers, but this felt too personal. The recording was not just a random message. It was me speaking as if I was having a real conversation. But with whom? I turned off the speaker and sat in silence. My mind raced through possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. I checked my phone again, searching through my call history once more. There was no trace of the conversation. If this was some kind of mistake, then where had the recording come from? The uneasiness in my stomach grew as I thought about all the moments I spoke to myself at home, believing I was alone. Had my voice been recorded without my knowledge? Had someone been listening to me all this time? I looked around the room, suddenly feeling exposed. I had never been afraid of technology before, but now I wondered if I had been too trusting. I took a deep breath and decided to reset the smart speaker. If there was a breach, I needed to secure my devices. I went through every setting, changing passwords and disabling anything that seemed unnecessary. I even turned off the microphone, not wanting to take any chances. When I was finished, I felt a small sense of control return. The night stretched on, but sleep did not come easily. Every small noise made me tense. Every shadow felt like it was hiding something. I tried to convince myself that there was a logical explanation. Maybe it was an old recording triggered by accident. Maybe I had spoken those words at some point and just forgot. But deep down, I knew something was not right. The next morning, I woke up feeling drained. The fear from the night before still lingered, but I forced myself to move on. I checked my devices again, making sure everything was secure. Nothing unusual had happened overnight, which gave me a small sense of relief. I reminded myself that technology was not perfect, and sometimes strange things happened. As the days passed, I kept an eye on my devices but found no further incidents. The recording never played again, and nothing else seemed out of place. Over time, my fear faded, though the memory of that night never left me. I still did not have a clear answer, but I refused to let it control my life. Eventually, I returned to my normal routine. I continued using my smart devices, though I was more careful with my settings. The fear that someone might have been listening still lingered in the back of my mind, but I did not let it consume me. I had taken steps to secure my home, and that was all I could do. Whatever had happened that night remained a mystery. Maybe it was just a strange glitch, or maybe it was something more. Either way, I refused to live in fear. My home was still my safe space, and I was not going to let one strange moment change that. Story 35. The parking lot of the self-storage facility was nearly empty when I pulled in. The overhead lights buzzed faintly, casting long shadows over the rows of storage units. I had not planned to come this late, but the day had gotten away from me. I had a few boxes to drop off, and I figured it would only take a few minutes. The air was cool, and the silence made the place feel even more isolated. I walked toward my unit, passing rows of identical metal doors. Each one had a heavy lock hanging from the latch, and the cold metal of my own key felt reassuring in my hand. The only sound was the soft echo of my footsteps on the pavement. As I turned a corner, I heard a sudden noise that made me stop. It was a dull, rhythmic banging coming from one of the locked units ahead. I hesitated, straining to hear if it was just my imagination. The noise continued, steady and deliberate. It sounded like someone was hitting the inside of the unit's metal door. My stomach tightened as I scanned the area. There were no other cars nearby, and I had not seen anyone when I arrived. I told myself it could be the wind rattling something loose, but the banging was too precise. I took a cautious step forward, my eyes locked on the closed unit just a few feet away. For a moment, I considered ignoring it and moving on. It was probably nothing, and I had no reason to get involved. But the thought of someone possibly being trapped made me pause. I cleared my throat and called out, keeping my voice firm but quiet. No one responded. The banging stopped for a second, then resumed, more urgent this time. My pulse quickened as I took another step forward. I glanced at the lock on the unit and saw that it was still in place. If someone was inside, they had not gotten in by normal means. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe it was an accident, or maybe someone had been left inside by mistake. But another thought crept in, something darker. What if someone had put them there on purpose? I swallowed hard and debated my next move. Reaching into my pocket, I pulled out my phone. I hesitated before dialing, unsure if this even warranted calling anyone. I did not want to seem paranoid, but something about the situation felt wrong. Before I could decide, a voice called out from the shadows near the entrance. My breath caught as I turned sharply, my grip tightening on my phone. A man stepped forward, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He had a keyring in one hand and a flashlight in the other. He wore a jacket with the storage facility's logo, which made me assume he was an employee. He looked from me to the locked unit, his brow furrowed. I exhaled, relieved that I was not alone. Before I could explain, the banging grew louder, almost frantic now. The man frowned and approached the unit, pressing his ear against the metal. He knocked on the door and called out, asking if someone was inside. A muffled voice answered, but it was too faint to understand. My stomach twisted as I exchanged a look with the employee. He wasted no time, pulling a set of keys from his belt and flipping through them quickly. The lock clicked open, and he lifted the latch with a loud clang. As he rolled up the door, a disheveled man stumbled out, gasping for breath. His clothes were wrinkled, and his face was pale with exhaustion. He leaned against the door frame, eyes darting between us in confusion. The employee asked him what had happened, but the man could barely get the words out. He had been trapped inside for hours with no way out. It turned out he had been helping a friend move things into storage earlier that day. His friend had accidentally locked the unit without realizing he was still inside. His phone had been left in his car, and he had spent hours in complete darkness, hoping someone would hear him. The relief on his face was evident as he took deep breaths of fresh air. The employee guided him toward the office, offering him water and a seat. I stood there for a moment, watching as the tension slowly faded from his face. I could only imagine the panic he must have felt, locked in a windowless space with no idea when or if someone would come. I was grateful I had decided to check, even if I had doubted myself at first. As I finally turned back to my own unit, I felt a strange mix of emotions. The night had taken an unexpected turn, but at least it had ended well. The storage facility no longer felt as eerie as it had when I arrived. Instead, it felt like a place where small decisions could make a big difference. I finished storing my boxes and locked up, taking one last glance at the now open unit before heading to my car. Story 36. I arrived at the hotel in the late afternoon, feeling exhausted but excited for my solo trip. The lobby was quiet, with only a few guests scattered around. After checking in, I took the elevator up to my room, eager to settle in and unwind. The room was simple but comfortable, with a large bed and a window overlooking the city. I dropped my bags, freshened up, and decided to explore the nearby streets before nightfall. After a couple of hours of walking, I returned to my room, feeling relaxed. I ordered a light dinner, watched some television, and prepared for bed. The hotel was peaceful, with no noise from the hallway or neighboring rooms. Just as I was about to drift off, a sharp knock startled me. I sat up in bed, unsure if I had imagined it. When it happened again, I hesitated before walking to the door. Peering through the peephole, I saw nothing but an empty hallway. I waited a moment before calling out, asking if someone was there. No response came, and after another glance through the peephole, I decided it must have been a mistake. I locked the door and returned to bed, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. Eventually, exhaustion won, and I fell asleep. The next morning, I brushed off the strange occurrence and spent the day sightseeing. The city was lively, and I enjoyed exploring new places without worrying about a strict schedule. By the time I returned to the hotel, I was ready to rest. After a hot shower, I climbed into bed and checked my phone one last time. Just as my eyes grew heavy, the knocking returned. I sat up quickly, my heart pounding. Checking the time, I saw it was exactly 3:17 a.m. I listened closely, but there were no voices or footsteps outside. Cautiously, I approached the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty again. This time I waited in silence, hoping to hear someone walking away, but there was nothing. Feeling unsettled, I debated whether to call the front desk. I did not want to sound paranoid, but the timing of the knocks made me uneasy. After a few minutes of silence, I convinced myself it had to be some guest playing a prank. I locked the door again and tried to sleep, though it took a while before I could relax. The next day, I mentioned the knocking to the hotel staff while grabbing a coffee in the lobby. The receptionist looked surprised and assured me no complaints had been made about disturbances. I asked if the security cameras could check the hallway during that time, but they explained only the main areas were monitored. Feeling frustrated but not wanting to dwell on it, I decided to enjoy the rest of my day. That night, I made sure to double-check the lock and place my suitcase against the door. I told myself it was just a precaution, though I could not shake the nervous feeling in my chest. As I lay in bed, I stared at the ceiling, waiting to see if it would happen again. When the clock hit 3:17 a.m., the knocking returned. The sound was the same as before, firm and deliberate. I stayed frozen, holding my breath as I listened. This time I did not go to the door. Instead, I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it toward the door from my bed. The knocking continued for a few more seconds before stopping abruptly. I waited, expecting something else, but the room fell silent again. I barely slept that night, my mind racing with possibilities. By morning, I was exhausted and frustrated. I went to the front desk and firmly requested a room change. The staff apologized for the inconvenience and moved me to a different floor. I felt a bit relieved, believing that whatever was happening would not follow me. That night, I settled into my new room, hoping for a peaceful sleep. The bed was just as comfortable, and I convinced myself that I would finally get a full night's rest. As I drifted off, I kept an ear out, but the knocking never came. I woke up feeling refreshed for the first time since I had arrived. The rest of my stay continued without any disturbances. No more strange knocking, no more restless nights. When I checked out, I could not help but glance at my old room as I passed by. The door looked like any other, but I knew something strange had happened there. Leaving the hotel, I felt a sense of relief, knowing I would never have to hear that knock again. Story 37. I was feeling exhausted after a long day and decided to order food delivery. I scrolled through the options, selected my meal, and placed my order. The estimated time was about 30 minutes, so I settled onto the couch and tried to relax. The thought of a hot meal arriving at my doorstep was comforting. I had no idea that something unsettling was about to happen. When my phone buzzed with a notification that the driver had arrived, I got up and walked to the door. I expected the usual quick exchange, but instead, the driver hesitated. He held the bag of food but did not extend it toward me. Instead, he asked if he could come inside for a moment. His tone was casual, but the request caught me off guard. There was no reason for him to enter my home. I forced a polite smile and shook my head. I told him there was no need for him to step inside and reach for the food. Instead of handing it over, he tightened his grip on the bag. He did not move back or acknowledge my request. A strange feeling crept up my spine as I realized he was not planning to leave easily. He looked past me into the apartment as if searching for something. Then he asked if I lived alone. That question made my stomach twist with unease. There was no reason for him to ask something so personal. I tried to keep my voice steady as I told him my roommates were inside, even though that was a lie. I hoped it would make him reconsider whatever he was thinking. He did not seem convinced. He stood there, unmoving, and let out a small chuckle. He said something about how quiet it was, and how we did not hear anyone else inside. My heartbeat quickened, and I decided to end the conversation immediately. I reached out firmly for the bag and told him again that I was not comfortable with him coming inside. His expression changed slightly, shifting from forced friendliness to something colder. He did not like that I was rejecting his request. For a moment, I wondered if he was going to make a scene. The hallway was empty, and I regretted not having my phone in my hand. I could feel my palms beginning to sweat as I took a step back. He finally let go of the bag, but he did not turn to leave. Instead, he planted his feet and crossed his arms, as if he was waiting for something. I could feel my heart pounding as I held the food in one hand and reached for the edge of the door with the other. I told him I needed to get back to what I was doing. His eyes stayed locked onto mine, and the silence between us felt heavy. When I started to close the door, he suddenly spoke again. He asked if I was sure I did not want any company tonight. His voice was smooth, almost amused, as if he found the situation entertaining. My pulse raced, but I forced myself to stay calm. I firmly told him no and pushed the door shut. I locked the door quickly and stood there for a moment, trying to steady my breathing. I listened carefully, hoping to hear him walking away, but there was nothing. The silence made me even more anxious. I moved to the peephole and peered out, my breath catching in my throat when I saw that he was still standing there. He remained outside my door for what felt like an eternity. I was frozen in place, unsure of what he was planning to do next. Then, finally, he stepped back. Instead of leaving immediately, he ran a hand through his hair and let out a slow exhale. It was as if he was deciding whether to push things further. After another few moments, he finally turned and walked down the hallway. I waited until I heard the sound of the elevator door opening and closing before I let out a shaky breath. My hands were trembling as I gripped my phone. I did not want to overreact, but something about the entire encounter felt deeply wrong. I decided to report him through the delivery app, explaining everything that had happened. I also reached out to the building security to let them know about the situation. They assured me they would review the security footage and keep an eye out for any suspicious behavior. I felt a little better knowing that someone else was aware of what had happened. That night, I double-checked all my locks and made sure my windows were secured. I tried to shake the uneasy feeling that lingered in my chest. I knew I had done the right thing by standing my ground and reporting him. Still, I could not ignore the thought of what could have happened if I had let him inside. Over the next few days, I kept an eye out for any sign of him, but he never returned. The delivery company responded to my complaint, letting me know they had taken appropriate action. I did not ask for details, but I felt relieved knowing he would not be delivering to my address again. Although the experience left me shaken, it also made me more cautious. I started paying closer attention to my surroundings and making sure I never opened the door without checking first. It was a reminder that not everyone has good intentions, even in the most ordinary situations. I was grateful that I had trusted my instincts and handled things the way I did. Story 38. When I first saw the email, I assumed it was spam. The subject line was vague, and the sender's name was unfamiliar. Curiosity got the best of me, so I clicked on it. The message itself was short, only a few words telling me to check the attached file. The attachment was labeled private photos, which immediately made me uneasy. I hesitated before opening it, but I told myself it was probably nothing. Maybe it was some mistake or a random phishing attempt. When the first image loaded, my stomach dropped. It was a picture of me sitting in my living room, taken from outside my window. The angle made it clear that whoever took it had been standing just beyond the glass. My hands started to shake as I clicked through the rest of the pictures. Each one was worse than the last. There was a shot of me cooking in the kitchen, my back turned toward the window. Another showed me watching television, completely unaware of being watched. The most disturbing one was of me sleeping in my bedroom, my face peaceful while a shadowy figure stood outside. I shut my laptop and pushed it away as if that would make it all disappear. My mind raced as I tried to understand what was happening. Someone had been outside my home, watching me, taking pictures without my knowledge. The realization made my skin crawl. I felt exposed, vulnerable in a place that was supposed to be safe. I jumped up and checked all my windows, making sure they were locked. Then, I moved to the front and back doors, securing them as well. Every creak and sound in the house made my heart pound. I tried to think of who could have done this, but no one came to mind. I did not have enemies or anyone who would play a cruel prank like this. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to sit back down. I needed to be logical about this. First, I checked the email again, looking for anything that might tell me more. The sender's address was a long string of random letters and numbers, which did not help. I ran a search online, but nothing useful came up. It was like the email had come from nowhere. I debated whether to call someone about it. The police might not take it seriously since there was no direct threat. If I told my friends or family, they would worry, but they might not be able to do much. I considered setting up security cameras, but that would not change the fact that someone had already been outside my home, watching me. I decided to check outside, even though the thought made me nervous. I turned on all the exterior lights and stepped out onto the porch. The night was quiet, too quiet, as if the world was holding its breath. I walked around the house, shining my phone's flashlight at the ground. There were faint marks in the dirt near my bedroom window, like footprints. My stomach twisted at the sight. Someone had stood there, just feet away from where I slept. The thought made me feel sick. I took pictures of the prints, unsure of what else to do. I wanted to call the police, but part of me hesitated. Whoever sent the email had not made any threats. Would they even investigate? I went back inside and double-checked that everything was locked. Then, I closed the curtains, making sure no one could see inside. I felt trapped, like an animal being watched by an unseen predator. Sleep did not come easily that night. Every noise made me sit up, heart pounding, expecting to see a shadow at my window. The next morning I felt exhausted but determined to do something about it. I went out and bought security cameras, motion sensor lights, and new locks for my doors and windows. It took hours to set everything up, but when I was done, I felt a little safer. At least now, if someone tried to watch me again, I would know. Days passed, and no new emails came. I checked my inbox constantly, expecting another message, but none arrived. It was both a relief and a new kind of fear. Did they stop because they knew I was aware, or were they still watching, waiting for the right moment? I tried not to think about it, but the feeling of being observed never left. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, my phone buzzed with a notification. My heart skipped a beat when I saw it was from the security camera app. A motion alert. I hesitated before opening it, already knowing what I would see. The footage loaded and my blood ran cold. A figure stood outside my window, just like in the photos. I did not waste a second. I grabbed my phone and called 911, my voice shaking as I explained the situation. They assured me they were sending someone immediately. I stayed on the line, barely breathing as I watched the screen. The figure did not move, just stood there, watching. Then, as if sensing the call, they suddenly turned and ran into the darkness. When the police arrived, I showed them the footage and the email. They took it seriously, promising to investigate. Officers searched the area but found no one. However, they did discover something chilling. A small camera hidden in a tree near my window. Someone had been watching me longer than I had realized. The thought made my skin crawl, but at least now I had proof. The police took the camera and promised to analyze any footage on it. They also increased patrols in my neighborhood, which made me feel a little safer. Over the next few weeks, I remained on high alert, but no new emails came, and no figures appeared outside my window. Eventually, the fear started to fade. I kept the security measures in place, always double-checking my doors and windows before bed. I refused to let fear control my life, but I also would never be as careless as before. Whoever had been watching me had failed. I had taken back my sense of security, and I would never let anyone take it away again. Story 39. When I started my new job, I was eager to make a good impression. It was a fresh start, a chance to prove myself in a new environment. The first few days were spent learning the ins and outs of the company, meeting coworkers, and understanding my responsibilities. My manager seemed friendly and welcoming, which helped ease my nerves. However, something felt off from the very beginning. During our first one-on-one meeting, my manager casually mentioned where I had gone to school. I was taken aback because I had not shared that information with anyone at work. At first, I brushed it off, assuming it was just part of a background check. Then, a few days later, they brought up the name of a pet I had when I was a child. That was when my stomach tightened with unease. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I had mentioned it in passing and simply forgotten. Perhaps it was listed somewhere on social media, even though I had set my accounts to private. Still, something did not sit right. My manager continued slipping personal details into conversations, things they should not have known. They knew the street I grew up on, the name of my childhood best friend, and even my favorite restaurant. Each time it happened, I felt my anxiety grow. I became more careful about what I said around them, afraid of what else they might know. I started reviewing my social media accounts, making sure there was nothing visible that could explain this, but I found nothing. My privacy settings were strict, and there was no way my manager could have gathered all that information from a quick online search. The breaking point came when they mentioned something deeply personal about my family. It was not common knowledge, and it was not something I had ever posted online. My chest tightened as I forced myself to smile and nod, pretending I was not disturbed. The moment I was alone, I felt my hands shaking. There was no logical explanation for this. Someone had either been feeding them this information, or they had access to something they should not. I decided to pay closer attention. I started watching my manager's interactions with other employees, trying to see if I was the only one experiencing this. From what I could tell, they were friendly with everyone but did not seem to bring up personal details with anyone else. That realization made my discomfort even worse. Why was I the only one being singled out? The next step was to test them. During a conversation, I intentionally mentioned a fake piece of information about myself. I acted as though it was a genuine fact, slipping it in naturally. A few days later, my manager repeated it back to me as if they had always known it. My stomach sank. That meant they were either keeping tabs on me or listening in on conversations in ways I had not noticed. I started checking my surroundings more carefully. I looked for anything unusual in my workspace, searching for hidden cameras or listening devices, but I found nothing. I even started watching what I said on my phone, wondering if my personal calls were being overheard. The more I thought about it, the more paranoid I became. I barely slept at night, trying to figure out how this was happening. One day, I noticed something strange. My manager always seemed to know exactly when I arrived and left, even when I had not logged into the system yet. They would casually mention things about my morning routine, things they should not have known. It felt as if they had been watching me long before I even stepped into the office. That was when I started suspecting that they had access to something beyond the workplace. I thought back to the hiring process. I had submitted my resume and filled out several forms, including background checks. Or could they have used that information to dig deeper into my life? It was possible, but it still did not explain the details that were not recorded anywhere. The only way they could have known some of those things was if they had been following me for a long time. I began keeping track of everything. I wrote down each instance where my manager mentioned something personal, making note of the date and time. I also started documenting my own conversations, making sure I had proof of what I did and did not say. The more I recorded, the more disturbing it became. There was no question that my manager was somehow getting personal details about me from a source I could not identify. I knew I had to act. I could not go to human resources without evidence, and I did not want to sound paranoid without something to back up my claims. Instead, I reached out to a former coworker who had worked under the same manager. I casually asked if they had ever experienced anything strange while working there. Their response made my blood run cold. They hesitated before admitting that my manager had done the same thing to them. They had known things they should not have, personal details that were never shared. The former coworker had brushed it off at the time, thinking it was just a coincidence. But after hearing my experience, they realized it had been happening to them as well. We agreed that something was seriously wrong. Armed with this information, I gathered as much proof as I could and scheduled a meeting with human resources. I laid everything out, presenting my concerns in a calm and professional manner. I explained how my manager had access to details they should not have known, how it had made me uncomfortable, and how I had proof that I was not the only one experiencing it. Human resources took my concerns seriously. They launched an internal investigation, reviewing my manager's access to employee records and monitoring their behavior. It did not take long for them to uncover something troubling. My manager had been accessing private employee data far beyond what their role required. They had been using company resources to look up personal details about employees, digging into their backgrounds in ways that violated privacy policies. The company took swift action. My manager was placed on leave while the investigation continued. Eventually, they were terminated for misconduct. It turned out they had been doing this for years, using their position to collect personal information on employees for reasons no one fully understood. Their actions had finally caught up with them. After they were gone, The workplace felt different. I no longer felt like I was being watched or monitored in ways I could not explain. My coworkers and I could finally work without that sense of unease hanging over us. Although the experience had been unsettling, I was relieved that I had trusted my instincts and taken action. Looking back, I realized how important it was to speak up when something does not feel right. If I had ignored my suspicions, my manager would have continued violating people's privacy without consequence. I learned to always trust my gut and to protect my personal information carefully. Most importantly, I walked away knowing that I had taken control of the situation instead of letting fear dictate my actions. Story 40. The highway stretched out in front of me, dark and nearly deserted. I had been driving for hours, and fatigue was beginning to set in. The gas gauge dipped lower than I liked, so I pulled off at the next exit, hoping to find a station still open. The only one in sight was an old gas station with flickering lights, barely illuminating the cracked pavement. I hesitated for a moment, but exhaustion and necessity pushed me forward. I pulled up to a pump, shutting off the engine as I rubbed my eyes. The building looked worn down, the windows clouded with grime, and the neon sign above the entrance barely glowing. There was only one car parked near the side of the building, and it looked abandoned. The air was still too quiet for comfort, making me feel uneasy. I stepped out, stretching my legs before heading inside to pay. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and the scent of stale coffee mixed with old paper filled my nose. The inside was dimly lit, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. Shelves stocked with dusty snack foods lined the small space, and a single clerk stood behind the counter. He looked up as I approached, his face pale, eyes wide with something close to fear. I placed my hands on the counter, ready to ask for the pump number, but before I could speak, he whispered, "Leave. Now." His voice was urgent, barely more than a breath. I frowned, glancing around the empty store. "What?" I asked, my voice low but firm. His eyes darted to the door, then back to me. His fingers gripped the counter so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "You need to leave. Do not ask questions. Just go." His whisper trembled, making my stomach tighten. A chill crawled up my spine. I looked over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone lurking in the shadows, but the store was empty. The only sound was the hum of the refrigerator units in the back. My pulse quickened, but I did not move just yet. "Why?" I asked, keeping my voice steady. His breathing grew heavier, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "Please," he said, his whisper sharper this time. "Go. Get in your car and drive away. Right now." His eyes never left mine, pleading with an urgency that sent a wave of unease through me. Every instinct screamed at me to listen, but my curiosity held me in place. The station seemed normal, run down but not threatening. Yet the way he spoke, the terror in his expression, made my skin crawl. I swallowed hard, glancing again at the door. Nothing appeared unusual, but the atmosphere had shifted. It felt suffocating, like the walls were pressing in. I took a step back, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. "All right," I said slowly, keeping my eyes on him. I turned toward the door, forcing myself to walk calmly even as my body begged me to run. The moment I stepped outside, the air felt thick, heavy with something I could not name. I glanced around again, my senses on high alert. As I reached my car, I hesitated, looking back at the station. The clerk stood inside, barely visible through the dirty glass. His face remained tense, his shoulders stiff, watching me with an expression that made my stomach twist. My hands trembled as I grabbed the door handle, sliding into the driver's seat quickly. I locked the doors out of instinct, gripping the steering wheel with clammy hands. I turned the key, but the engine struggled to start. My breath caught in my throat as I twisted the key again, praying for it to catch. The lights from the station flickered, and for the briefest moment, I thought I saw movement near the side of the building. A dark shape, just barely in the shadows, shifting unnaturally. My pulse skyrocketed as the engine roared to life. The urge to floor the gas was overwhelming, but I forced myself to check the mirrors. The road was empty, stretching into the darkness like a void. I took one last glance at the station, the clerk still standing motionless behind the glass. Then I pulled away, my tires crunching over gravel as I sped back onto the highway. My hands tightened around the wheel, my breathing uneven. The further I got from the gas station, the lighter the air felt, as if something had been pressing down on me and was now lifting away. My gut churned with unease, replaying the moment over and over in my mind. The way the clerk whispered, the terror in his eyes, the movement in the shadows. I drove for miles before finally pulling into a well-lit rest stop, my hands still shaking. I sat in silence for a long time, the distant hum of traffic the only sound breaking through my thoughts. Whatever had been at that gas station, I did not want to know. The clerk had saved me from something, and I would never question his warning. I never took that highway again, never stopped at another station in the middle of nowhere at night. I did not need to know what was there. All I knew was that I had left in time. Story 41. The letter arrived in a plain white envelope with no return address. At first I thought it was just another piece of junk mail, but the moment I pulled out the contents, my breath caught in my throat. It was a single photograph of my childhood home, printed on glossy paper, with a note attached. The message was short but chilling. "Do you remember what happened here?" A cold shiver ran down my spine as I stared at the familiar house in the picture. It had been years since I had last seen it. The house had been sold long ago, and I had no reason to think about it. Yet, holding the picture in my hands, memories began to stir. Some were clear, like playing in the backyard or sitting on the front porch during summer evenings. Others were hazy, buried deep in my mind, as if my brain had chosen to forget. I sat down at the kitchen table and read the note again. The words felt heavy, carrying a weight I could not ignore. Someone had gone through the trouble of printing the picture and sending it to me. They wanted me to remember something, but what? My childhood had not been perfect, but there was nothing I could think of that would warrant a message like this. For the rest of the day, I could not shake the uneasy feeling that settled in my chest. The letter had no signature, no clue as to who might have sent it. I considered throwing it away and forgetting about it, but curiosity kept me from doing so. Instead, I placed the letter and photograph on my desk and stared at them, hoping something would come back to me. That night I lay awake in bed, my mind racing through old memories. I recalled the layout of the house, the creaky floorboards in the hallway, and the way the attic door always seemed to stick. I remembered the nights when I would wake up to strange noises, faint whispers I had always dismissed as my imagination. There was something at the edge of my mind, just out of reach, like a dream I could not quite grasp. The next morning, I decided to look into the house's history. I searched online for any news related to it, but found nothing unusual. No reports of crimes, no stories that stood out. Frustrated, I considered calling my parents to ask if they remembered anything strange, but I hesitated. I did not want to sound paranoid, especially without knowing what I was looking for. As I held the photograph again, I noticed something I had not paid attention to before. The house looked almost identical to how I remembered it. but there was something odd about the picture itself. The sky was overcast, and the front window had a faint reflection in the glass. I zoomed in on my phone, my heart pounding as I realized what I was seeing. There was a figure in the window, barely visible but definitely there. My hands grew clammy as I examined the image closer. The figure was blurry, but its presence was undeniable. Someone had been inside the house when the picture was taken. Was it the current owner, or was it the person who sent me the letter? The thought made my skin crawl. Someone wanted me to remember something, and they were willing to go to great lengths to remind me. I could not ignore it anymore. I needed answers. After debating with myself, I finally called my parents. My voice was steady, but my heart was racing as I asked them about the house. There was a long pause on the other end before my mother spoke. She seemed hesitant, choosing her words carefully. She said there had been an incident when I was very young, something they had tried to protect me from. I pressed for details, and she finally told me the truth. A neighbor had gone missing around the time we lived there. She had been a quiet woman, living alone just a few houses down. One day she vanished without a trace. The police had investigated, but nothing ever came of it. My parents never told me because I had been too young to understand. They did not want to scare me, and since the case had never been solved, they thought it was best left in the past. A chill spread through my body as I connected the pieces. Someone knew I had lived in that house during that time. Someone wanted me to remember. But why now? What did they think I knew? I had no memory of the woman, no recollection of anything unusual. Yet the letter suggested otherwise. I checked the envelope again, hoping to find something I had missed. There was no return address, but the postmark showed it had been sent from a town not far from where the old house stood. My pulse quickened as I considered the possibility. Had someone been watching me? Was the person who sent the letter connected to the missing woman? That night, I double-checked that all my doors were locked. I kept the letter and photograph on my nightstand, unable to push them from my mind. I did not know what the sender wanted, but one thing was clear. They believed I held a piece of the puzzle, and they were not going to let me forget. The next day, I made a decision. I was not going to live in fear. I reported the letter to the police, explaining everything I had learned. The officer listened carefully, taking notes as I spoke. He assured me that they would look into it, though he admitted that anonymous letters were difficult to trace. Still, knowing that I had taken action gave me a small sense of relief. As I left the station, I felt lighter. I did not have all the answers, but I had done the right thing. Whoever sent the letter wanted me to remember, but I would not let them control me with fear. If they reached out again, I would be ready. No more unanswered questions, no more shadows of the past. I would face whatever came next, no matter what the truth turned out to be. Story 42. Waiting for the train that night, I sat alone on a cold metal bench, listening to the distant hum of passing cars. The station was nearly empty, with only a few scattered travelers waiting on the far side of the platform. The flickering overhead lights cast long shadows, making the place feel even more deserted than it already was. I glanced at my watch, hoping the train would arrive soon so I could get home and put the long day behind me. Just as I settled back against the bench, I heard slow, deliberate footsteps approaching. An old man, hunched over with age, shuffled toward me and took a seat on the other end of the bench. His clothes were worn but clean, and he carried a small, weathered bag on his lap. At first, I paid him no attention, assuming he was just another traveler waiting for the train. But then he spoke, his voice rough and quiet, as if he had not used it much in recent years. "You always take this train, do you not?" he said, turning his head slightly toward me. His eyes were sharp despite his frail appearance, and they studied me in a way that made me uneasy. I hesitated, unsure how to respond. I did not recognize him, and yet there was something unsettlingly familiar about the way he looked at me. Before I could say anything, he continued, "Long day at work. You stayed late again, just like you always do on Thursdays." My breath caught in my throat. I had never seen this man before, yet he knew something so specific about my routine. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just a lucky guess. Maybe he had seen me before and simply remembered. I turned to face him fully, trying to keep my voice steady. "Do I know you?" I asked, my fingers tightening around the strap of my bag. He let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. "No," he said, "but I know you." My skin prickled as he began listing details about my life, one by one. He mentioned the street I lived on, the coffee shop I visited every morning, and even the brand of shampoo I used. He spoke about the way I always sat on the same bench, the music I listened to on my way home, and the time I usually arrived at the station. It was not just general observations. These were private details, things no stranger should know. My stomach tightened, and I forced myself to keep my breathing steady. "How do you know all of this?" I demanded, my voice sharper than before. The old man only smiled, his expression unreadable. "I have been watching," he said simply, as if that was a reasonable answer. I glanced around the platform, hoping to see someone nearby, but the few other passengers were too far away to notice what was happening. My pulse quickened, and I stood up, gripping my bag tightly. "That is not normal," I said, taking a step back. "You should not know any of that." The old man remained seated, watching me with calm amusement. "You are always in such a hurry," he said. "Always rushing, always looking over your shoulder." My hands were shaking now, but I refused to let my fear show. I had no idea who this man was, but something inside me screamed that I needed to get away. As I turned toward the edge of the platform, I heard his voice again, lower this time. "Be careful tonight," he said. "You will not make it home if you are not paying attention." A cold chill ran down my spine. I wanted to ignore him, to pretend his words meant nothing, but they echoed in my head as I took a few cautious steps away. The train's headlights appeared in the distance, and relief washed over me. I just needed to get on board, and I would be safe. The train slowed as it approached, and I positioned myself near the doors, eager to put distance between me and the old man. As it came to a stop, I reached for the handle, but at the last second, something made me pause. The words he had spoken moments before played in my mind again. "Be careful tonight. You will not make it home if you are not paying attention." For some reason, I hesitated. Instead of stepping forward, I turned my head slightly, just in time to see a dark figure rushing toward me from the side. My instincts kicked in, and I stumbled back just as someone's hand shot out, reaching for my bag. I barely had time to react before they yanked at the strap, trying to pull me off balance. I twisted, using all my strength to hold on, and the would-be thief lost their grip. They cursed under their breath before darting away, disappearing into the darkness beyond the platform. My heart pounded, and my breaths came in short gasps as I tried to process what had just happened. The train doors slid open, and I stumbled inside, still shaken. As I turned to look back at the platform, my eyes immediately went to the bench where the old man had been sitting, but he was gone. The space was empty, as if he had never been there at all. I rode the train home in silence, my mind racing with everything that had happened. I knew one thing for certain. If I had not hesitated, if I had not listened to the warning, I might have been hurt or worse. That night, As I locked my door behind me, I could not shake the feeling that the encounter had been more than just coincidence. I did not know who the old man was or how he had known so much about me, but one thing was clear. He had saved me. Story 43. It was just a normal walk home when I noticed something small and black lying on the sidewalk. At first, I thought it was just a piece of trash. But as I got closer, I saw that it was a USB drive. I picked it up, turning it over in my hand. It looked ordinary, slightly scratched, as if it had been dropped and stepped on. There was no label, no markings, nothing to indicate who it belonged to. Curiosity got the better of me, and I slipped it into my pocket. When I got home, I hesitated before plugging it into my laptop. A part of me knew it was not the smartest idea. It could have a virus or something worse. But the other part of me, the one that always wanted answers, told me I needed to see what was inside. I took a deep breath, plugged it in, and waited for the screen to load. The drive opened immediately, revealing a single folder. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the name. It was my full name, spelled out perfectly. For a moment I just stared at it. My fingers hovered over the mouse, unsure if I should open it. How did this drive have my name on it? Who would go through the trouble of doing this? My mind raced through possibilities, but none of them made sense. Taking another deep breath, I clicked on the folder. Inside there were several files. Some were documents, others were images, and a few were video files. My hands started to sweat as I opened the first document. It was a text file, and as I read through it, a cold shiver ran down my spine. It contained information about me, my address, my workplace, the routes I usually took when I walked home. There were even details about my daily routine, things that only someone watching me for a long time would know. I felt my stomach twist with fear as I scrolled further. The file even listed small details, like how often I went to the grocery store, or which coffee shop I visited most mornings. I closed the file and opened one of the images. It was a picture of me, taken from a distance. My throat tightened as I clicked through the rest. They were all of me, in different places, walking down the street, sitting at a cafe, even unlocking the door to my apartment. Some were taken at night, others during the day. Whoever had taken these had been following me for a long time. My breathing grew uneven as the weight of the situation sank in. With trembling hands, I clicked on one of the video files. The screen went dark for a few seconds before the video started playing. It was footage of me sleeping. The camera was positioned in the corner of my bedroom, capturing everything. My blood ran cold as I watched myself shift under the blankets, unaware that I was being recorded. I felt sick. Someone had been inside my home. They had been close enough to film me while I slept. Panic took over as I yanked the USB drive out of my laptop and threw it onto the desk. My mind raced with questions. Who had done this? How long had they been watching me? And more importantly, were they still watching? My eyes darted to the windows, checking for any signs of movement outside. Every shadow, every noise suddenly felt threatening. I had never felt this unsafe before. I knew I had to do something. My first instinct was to call the police, but what if they could not do anything? There was no proof of who had placed the USB drive on the street. My hands shook as I reached for my phone, dialing the number for the police. As the line rang, I kept glancing around the room, half expecting someone to burst through the door. When the dispatcher answered, I struggled to keep my voice steady as I explained what had happened. They told me to stay inside, lock my doors, and wait for an officer to arrive. I did exactly that, securing every window and door while trying to control my breathing. Minutes felt like hours as I stood in the center of my apartment, listening for any sounds that did not belong. Finally, there was a knock at the door. I hesitated before answering, checking through the peephole to make sure it was really the police. Once I confirmed, I let them in, showing them the USB drive and explaining everything. The officer's expression darkened as they scrolled through the files. They agreed that it was serious and promised to investigate. Even after they left, I could not shake the feeling of being watched. That night, I barely slept, jumping at every small sound. The thought of someone being inside my apartment, filming me while I was unaware, made my skin crawl. The police had taken the USB drive as evidence, but that did not change the fact that someone had been following me. Days passed, and I kept looking over my shoulder, feeling paranoid whenever I stepped outside. But no new signs appeared. No more strange files, no more unsettling photos. It was as if whoever had done this had suddenly stopped. Maybe the police investigation had scared them off. Maybe they had gotten bored. Either way, I knew I would never feel completely safe again. I changed my locks, installed cameras, and avoided my usual routines. Even though the police never found out who had been behind it, I refused to let myself be an easy target again. That USB drive had been a warning, a terrifying glimpse into how vulnerable I really was. But whoever had been watching me would not get another chance. I made sure of that. Story 44. The house was unfamiliar, but it had a cozy feel. The parents had been friendly, giving me a quick tour before heading out for the evening. The child was already asleep upstairs, making my job easy. I settled on the couch, scrolling through my phone while listening to the quiet hum of the house. It was just another routine babysitting job, or at least that was what I thought. Not long after the parents left, my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen, expecting a check-in message or a notification. Instead, my stomach dropped when I read the words staring back at me. "Get out now." My pulse quickened, and my hand suddenly felt clammy. I swallowed hard, glancing around the dimly lit living room. Maybe it was a prank or a wrong number, but something about it felt off. I quickly typed back, "Who is this?" and waited. The message had no name attached, no previous conversation history. The longer I stared at the screen, the more uneasy I felt. The house was quiet, almost too quiet. I forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to shake the growing anxiety creeping into my chest. I reminded myself that people send random messages all the time. There had to be a logical explanation. Then another message came. No time to explain. Just leave. Now. My throat tightened as I glanced toward the front door. My mind raced with possibilities. Was someone playing a joke on me? Had the parents set me up for some weird test? Or was there an actual threat inside the house? I listened carefully, but the only sounds were the faint ticking of a clock and the occasional creak of the house settling. I stood up slowly, my muscles tense. If this was some kind of prank, I was not going to fall for it. But if it was not, I needed to be smart. I grabbed my shoes and moved toward the door, pausing to glance at the staircase. The child was still asleep upstairs. I could not just leave without knowing if they were safe. My fingers hovered over my phone, debating whether to call someone. Another message flashed on the screen. "It is not safe. Go now." A cold shiver ran down my spine. I took a slow step back, my heart pounding in my ears. I needed to think. If someone was outside trying to scare me, going out might not be the best option. But if the danger was inside, staying was even worse. I walked to the nearest window and carefully peeked outside. The street was empty, the porch light casting long shadows. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but my instincts screamed that something was wrong. I decided to call the parents just in case. The phone rang several times before going to voicemail. That only made my nerves worse. I tried again, pacing near the front door, my eyes flicking between the staircase and the darkened hallway leading to the back of the house. Still no answer. My hands shook slightly as I considered calling someone else. Maybe the police, maybe a friend. Then something changed. A noise from upstairs. It was faint, but enough to make me freeze. A slow, deliberate creak, like weight shifting on the floorboards. My stomach clenched. The child was supposed to be asleep, but what if they had woken up? Or worse, what if someone else was up there? I held my breath, waiting, but the sound did not come again. I had to make a decision. Ignoring my fear, I forced myself to move toward the stairs, my heartbeat echoing in my ears. Step by step, I climbed, my phone gripped tightly in my hand. The hallway at the top was dim, lit only by a small nightlight plugged into the wall. The child's door was slightly ajar, just as the parents had left it. I peeked inside, barely daring to breathe. The child was there, curled up under the blankets, sleeping soundly. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The floorboard creaked again, this time from the other end of the hall. My breath hitched. I turned slowly, my eyes locking onto the attic door. It was open just a crack. My skin prickled with unease. That door had been closed when I arrived. I did not move for a long moment, every instinct screaming at me to run. Instead, I took a step backward, my grip tightening around my phone. If someone was up there, I was not about to find out who. My hands trembled as I typed out a message to the unknown number. "Who are you? What is happening?" My thumb hovered over the send button, but before I could press it, my phone buzzed again. Too late. The breath caught in my throat as I heard a faint shuffle from above. Someone was up there. I turned on my heel and ran. I did not care about being quiet anymore. I grabbed the child, still half asleep, and bolted down the stairs. My fingers fumbled with the lock as panic clouded my thoughts. Behind me, I swore I heard movement, someone coming down. The door flew open, and I ran straight to the driveway. My heart pounded as I reached my car, barely able to catch my breath. I did not stop until I had locked the doors and checked the backseat twice. The house loomed behind me, its windows dark and silent. I expected someone to come out, but no one did. The night stretched on, eerily still. I called the police with shaking hands, explaining everything in a rushed voice. It did not take them long to arrive. I watched from my car as they entered the house, flashlights cutting through the darkness. Minutes passed like hours before they finally came back out. They had found signs of forced entry in the attic, but no one was there. Whoever had been inside was already gone. The parents arrived soon after, their faces filled with confusion and fear. They had no idea who could have been in their home or how long it had been happening. The police told them to stay somewhere else for the night while they investigated further. As for the mysterious messages, the number was untraceable. I never found out who had warned me or how they knew. I never babysat for that family again. In fact, I stopped babysitting altogether. Some things are better left unanswered, and that night was one of them. The only thing I knew for certain was that if I had ignored those messages, I might not have made it out at all. Story 45. The first time I saw the white van, I barely gave it a second thought. I had been driving for hours, making my way across several states, and decided to stop at a rest area to stretch my legs and grab a drink from the vending machine. The lot was mostly empty except for a few scattered cars and a single white van parked near the far edge. It looked ordinary older, a little dirty, nothing special. I did not think much of it. After a short break, I got back in my car and continued my trip. The open road stretched ahead, and I focused on the miles ahead rather than the vehicles around me. It was only when I stopped again a few hours later that I noticed it. The same white van. This time it was parked a few spaces away from me. I frowned, trying to shake off the odd feeling creeping in. It could have been a coincidence. There were plenty of white vans on the road. Maybe the driver was just on the same route as me, but something about it felt strange. I stayed in my car for a few extra minutes, glancing toward the van. The windows were tinted, making it impossible to see inside. No one got out. No one moved. I forced myself to stop overthinking and went inside the rest stop, quickly using the restroom and grabbing a snack. When I returned, the van was still there, parked silently as if waiting for something. I pulled out of the lot, watching in my rearview mirror. The van did not move right away. It just sat there. But as I merged back onto the highway, I saw it pull out onto the road a few cars behind me. A cold unease settled in my stomach. It was probably nothing, I told myself. Just another traveler heading in the same direction. But I kept my eye on it as I drove. The van stayed at a steady distance behind me, never getting too close, never falling too far behind. I tried to ignore it, focusing on the road and the music playing softly through my speakers. But as the hours passed and the sun started to set, the tension in my chest only grew. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was being paranoid. But I could not shake the feeling that something was off. When I reached another rest stop, I decided to test my theory. I pulled in, choosing a spot near the entrance where I had a clear view of the lot. My heart pounded as I watched the vehicles passing by on the highway, waiting. And then I saw it. The white van pulled in, slower this time, circling the lot before parking several spaces away. My fingers tightened around the steering wheel. There was no denying it now. This was not a coincidence. I stayed in my car, my breath shallow. I watched the van in my side mirror, waiting for someone to step out, but no one did. My pulse hammered in my ears as I weighed my options. If I got out, I would be exposed. If I stayed, I would just be sitting there, trapped. After a few agonizing minutes, I made a decision. I put my car in reverse, backing out slowly, pretending not to notice the van. Then, instead of getting back on the highway, I pulled onto a smaller side road that ran parallel to the interstate. I drove steadily, keeping an eye on my mirrors. At first, nothing happened. The van did not follow. A breath of relief escaped me. Maybe I had been wrong. Maybe I had overreacted. But then, just as I was about to relax, I saw it. The van turned onto the same road, far behind me but still there, following. Panic surged through me. This was not normal. This was not coincidence. Someone was tracking my movements. My hands gripped the wheel tightly as I tried to think. I could not go back to the highway. I needed to get somewhere safe. Spotting an exit ahead, I took it, leading me into a small town. I navigated through a few side streets, trying to lose my unwanted shadow. The van stayed behind me for several turns before disappearing from sight. I pulled into a gas station, parking in a well-lit area near a few other cars. My hands were shaking. I sat there for a while, watching the road, waiting to see if the van would appear again. But it never did. Eventually, I got back onto the highway, my eyes constantly flicking to my mirrors. The van was gone. The tension in my body did not ease, but I kept driving, pushing forward until I reached my destination hours later. I never saw the van again after that night. I do not know who was driving it or what they wanted. But even now, every time I take a long drive, I catch myself checking my mirrors, watching for a glimpse of white lurking in the distance. Story 46. Waking up that morning, I immediately felt that something was off. The room was quiet, but there was an unusual stillness in the air. I sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes, trying to shake off the last traces of sleep. As I looked toward my bedroom door, I noticed that it was slightly ajar. I never slept with it open. My heart began to beat faster as a sense of unease crept over me. I got out of bed slowly, my bare feet pressing against the cold floor. My mind raced with possibilities, each one more unsettling than the last. Had I forgotten to close the door? That seemed unlikely, as I had a habit of making sure it was shut before lying down. I took a deep breath and walked toward the door, stepping carefully as if I might hear something that would confirm my fears. When I reached the living room, the uneasy feeling in my stomach grew stronger. My front door, which I knew for certain had been locked and bolted the night before, was slightly open. I froze, my pulse pounding in my ears. There was no way I had left it like that. I distinctly remembered sliding the bolt into place before going to bed. Yet there it was, unlocked, open just enough for a sliver of the hallway light to seep through. I stood there for a moment, staring at the door, trying to process what I was seeing. Had someone been inside my apartment? The thought sent a shiver down my spine. I quickly looked around the room, searching for any signs that something had been moved or taken. Everything appeared to be in place. My furniture, my belongings, all untouched. But that did not bring me any comfort. The fact remained that someone could have been there, inside my home while I was sleeping. I took a cautious step toward the door and peered out into the hallway. It was empty, silent, except for the faint hum of the building's ventilation. I quickly shut the door and locked it again, this time double-checking the bolt to make sure it was secure. My hands were trembling as I stepped back, trying to steady my breathing. I had no explanation for what had happened. I knew for certain that I had locked the door, so how had it become unlocked? I checked the windows next, making sure none of them had been tampered with. They were all locked, just as I had left them. Nothing was missing, nothing was broken, but that did not ease my nerves. I considered calling someone, maybe even the police, but what would I tell them? That I woke up to find my door unlocked. There was no proof that anyone had actually entered, and without evidence, they would likely dismiss it as a mistake on my part. I walked back into my bedroom and sat on the edge of my bed, trying to think logically. Maybe I had been careless. Maybe I had been more tired than I realized and forgot to bolt the door. But no matter how much I tried to convince myself, I knew that was not true. I was always careful, always made sure to lock up before bed. The more I thought about it, the more uneasy I felt. I decided to check my security camera. I had set one up near the door a few months ago for extra peace of mind. I grabbed my phone and opened the app, my fingers slightly shaky as I scrolled through the footage. My breath caught in my throat as I saw the timestamp from the middle of the night. At exactly 2:15 a.m., the door had slowly creaked open. I stared at the footage, my stomach tightening. The door had not been forced open. It had simply unlocked and swung open on its own. There was no figure in the frame, no signs of someone standing outside. It was as if the bolt had disengaged on its own. My skin prickled as I replayed the clip, trying to find anything that might explain it. But there was nothing. just a door unlocking and opening as if someone had casually walked inside. I stood up, suddenly feeling exposed. Someone had to be responsible. Locks do not just open on their own. I checked the hallway again through the peephole, but it was empty. I went back to my phone and scrolled through past recordings, looking for anything unusual. Every other night the door had remained shut. Only last night had it mysteriously opened. I changed every lock on my door that day. I installed a second deadbolt, one that could only be locked from the inside. I checked the screws on the hinges, making sure they were secure. That night, I barely slept, listening to every sound, every creak of the floorboards, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. The door stayed locked, just as I had left it. Days passed, and I tried to move on. I convinced myself that maybe it had been some kind of fluke, a mechanical failure in the lock. But deep down, I knew better. Someone had been inside my apartment that night, standing just beyond my bedroom door while I slept. I would never know who they were or what they wanted, but I knew one thing for certain. I would never take my safety for granted again. Story 47. The first thing I saw when I woke up was the bright glare of my phone screen, lighting up the dark room. My alarm had not gone off yet, but something felt off. I reached for my phone, squinting at the screen, and felt my stomach tighten when I saw the long list of missed calls. Dozens of them, all from an unknown number, all made between 2 and 4 in the morning. A wave of unease washed over me as I scrolled through the notifications. The same number had called over and over, sometimes within minutes of each other, sometimes spaced just far enough apart that it seemed intentional. I had not heard my phone ring once. I always kept it on silent while I slept, but I could not shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, I had heard something in my dreams. A faint ringing, a distant vibration, something just outside my consciousness. I opened my call log, staring at the number. It was not one I recognized. There were no messages left, no voicemails, nothing to explain why someone had tried so desperately to reach me in the middle of the night. My hands felt cold as I debated whether or not to call back. My gut told me not to. Instead, I searched the number online, hoping it would be linked to a business, a scam report, anything that would give me some kind of answer. But nothing came up. No matches, no warnings, just a blank void of information. That only made me feel worse. I sat up in bed, running a hand over my face as I tried to shake off the uneasy feeling that had settled in my chest. Maybe it was just a scammer. Some robocall set on an aggressive loop, but something about it felt off. Scammers usually called during the day, not in the dead of night, and they usually did not call this many times in a row. I decided to ignore it for now. I got out of bed, started my morning routine, and tried to push the whole thing out of my mind. But as I went through my day, I kept checking my phone, half expecting the number to call again. It never did. That night, as I got ready for bed, I hesitated before putting my phone on silent. Part of me wanted to leave the volume on, just in case they called again. Just in case I could finally pick up and figure out who was on the other end. Eventually, I set it to vibrate and placed it on my nightstand. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the quiet hum of the night. The thought of those missed calls refused to leave my mind. Who had been trying to reach me? And why had they stopped? Sometime after midnight, I finally drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke up suddenly, my body rigid with alertness before I even knew why. The room was still dark, but something had pulled me from sleep. I reached for my phone, my heart pounding as I turned the screen on. There it was. More missed calls, all from the same unknown number, all made between 2 and 4 in the morning. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I had not heard my phone vibrate, had not woken up to the calls themselves, just the feeling that something was wrong. My pulse raced as I stared at the screen, my breath coming in slow, controlled exhales. I did not know what to do. I considered blocking the number, but something told me that would not stop it. If someone was determined to reach me, they would find another way. I debated calling back, my finger hovering over the screen. But deep down, I was afraid of what I might hear on the other end. Instead, I forced myself to wait, to see if they would call again. Minutes passed, then hours, and the sun began to rise. No more calls came. The silence felt heavier than it should have. That morning, I checked my security cameras. I did not expect to see anything, but a deep sense of unease told me to look anyway. I scrolled through the footage, scanning the dark, empty street, the stillness of my front porch, the locked door. Then, at exactly 2:03 a.m., something moved. A shadow passed just outside my front door, lingering for several long seconds before disappearing from view. I rewound the footage, watching again. It was not clear enough to make out details, just a figure standing in the darkness, unmoving, watching. My stomach twisted. The calls had started at 2 a.m., the same time the figure appeared outside my house. I did not sleep at all the next night. I kept my phone in my hand, watching the time tick past 2 a.m., waiting for the calls to come. But they never did. And that was somehow even worse. Story 48. The elevator doors were about to close when a hand shot through the gap, tossing a small folded note onto the floor. I barely had time to register what had happened before the doors slid shut, leaving me alone with the crumpled piece of paper at my feet. My stomach twisted as I bent down to pick it up. The message inside was short but chilling. Do not go home tonight. My heart pounded in my chest as I read the words again, trying to make sense of them. The handwriting was hurried, almost frantic, as if the writer had not had much time. I quickly pressed the button to stop at the next floor, needing to get out and see who had thrown it inside. When the doors opened, I stepped into the hallway and looked around, but there was no one in sight. A cold feeling settled over me. Someone had gone out of their way to warn me, but why? Was this some kind of prank, or was there something more serious behind it? I glanced at my phone, debating whether I should call someone. The idea of ignoring the warning felt reckless, but I had no idea what I was supposed to do. I decided to check the building's security cameras. If someone had thrown the note in, there had to be footage of them. I made my way to the front desk, where the night guard sat watching the monitors. He looked up as I approached, his expression neutral until I explained what had happened. His eyes darkened slightly, and he leaned forward. "You are sure you were alone in the elevator?" he asked, his tone cautious. I nodded, holding out the note. "This was thrown inside at the last second. Can you check the cameras?" He sighed and turned to the monitor, rewinding the footage. I watched anxiously as the screen showed me entering the elevator alone. A few seconds passed before the figure appeared. The person moved quickly, barely visible as they reached into the elevator and tossed the note inside before disappearing down the hall. The quality of the footage was grainy, making it difficult to see their face. They wore a hood, their features completely hidden. My stomach clenched as I watched the scene play out again. Whoever they were, they had been fast and deliberate. This was not a joke. The guard frowned and shook his head. "I do not recognize them. Do you want me to call the police? I hesitated. What would I even tell them? A stranger gave me a vague warning, and now I was scared to go home. It sounded paranoid, but at the same time, my gut told me not to ignore it. After a moment, I nodded. Yes, call them. While we waited, I tried to distract myself, but my thoughts kept circling back to the note. What was waiting for me at home? A break-in? An ambush? Something worse. I thought about the usual routine of my evenings, unlocking my door, turning on the lights, settling in without a second thought. I had always felt safe there. Now that sense of security was slipping away. When the police arrived, I showed them the note and explained everything. They took it seriously, asking if I had any enemies or if anything unusual had happened recently. I shook my head. My life was normal. I had no conflicts, no reason to believe someone would target me. One officer studied the security footage while the other turned to me. It could be nothing, but I would not ignore it. Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight? I thought about it. A hotel. A friend's place. I did not want to inconvenience anyone, but the idea of walking into my apartment knowing what might be waiting inside made my decision easy. Yes, I can figure something out. Good, the officer said. In the meantime, we will send a unit to check your apartment. Hearing that made me feel slightly better. If something was wrong, at least they would handle it. I thanked them and left the building, my mind still racing. I booked a hotel room a few blocks away, trying to shake off the unease. It was strange, being away from home on a random night with nothing but a mysterious warning to explain it. A few hours passed before I got a call from the officer who had checked my apartment. His voice was calm, but his words sent a chill down my spine. You made the right choice not going home tonight. Your front door was unlocked when we got there. No signs of forced entry, but someone was inside. I felt the blood drain from my face. Did you catch them? They were gone before we arrived. We checked your place thoroughly, and nothing was taken, but we found something concerning. What? I asked, barely able to get the word out. A chair was placed in the middle of your bedroom, facing the door, as if someone had been sitting there, waiting for you to come home. My entire body went cold. Someone had been in my home, waiting for me. If I had ignored the note, I would have walked right into whatever they had planned. I shuddered, gripping the phone tightly as the reality sank in. We are investigating, the officer continued. I would suggest staying somewhere else for a few days while we look into this. I did not argue. Even with the police involved, I did not feel safe returning yet. Whoever had warned me had saved me from something terrible, and I had no idea who they were. That night I barely slept, my mind running through all the terrifying possibilities. Over the next few days, the police continued their investigation, but they never found out who had been in my apartment. There were no fingerprints, no evidence left behind, just that chair in the middle of the room. The note remained the biggest mystery. Someone had known what was going to happen and had gone out of their way to stop me from walking into danger. I eventually returned home, but I changed all my locks and installed security cameras. The experience left me shaken, but I refused to live in fear. Whoever had tried to harm me had failed, and thanks to the anonymous warning, I was still here. I never found out who sent it, but I would always be grateful to them. They had saved my life. Story 49. It was around 9 p.m. when I decided to stay late at the office. The deadline for the project was looming, and I had to finish the last few details before I could head home. The building was nearly empty, the usual buzz of activity replaced by the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. I wasn't used to being in the office this late, but I had done it before. No big deal. It was quiet, peaceful even, or so I thought. I had been typing away at my desk for about an hour when I heard the familiar ping of a new email. Glancing at my screen, I noticed it was from my own email address. That caught my attention immediately. I hadn't sent anything to myself recently, and I definitely wasn't expecting an email from my own account. My fingers hesitated over the keyboard for a moment before I clicked to open it. The subject line was empty, nothing to prepare me for what I was about to read. As soon as the email opened, I saw the message, "I see you." My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine. It wasn't just the oddity of the message, it was the fact that it came from my own account. I quickly checked the sender's email address to confirm it was indeed mine. I didn't know what I expected, but the realization that this had come from my own email made my stomach tighten. I was alone in the office, and the quiet seemed to amplify everything. I looked around, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway watching me, but the hallway outside my office was empty. I quickly closed the email, my mind racing. I had to be imagining things. Maybe it was some weird glitch, or perhaps my account had been hacked and someone was using it to mess with me. I opened my email settings to change the password, just in case. But then I froze. A second email came through from my account. This time it read, "You're not alone." I felt a cold wave of panic wash over me. My fingers hovered above the keyboard, and I felt the sweat start to form on my palms. I glanced at the empty office again, this time with more urgency. There was no way anyone could have gotten into the office without me noticing, right? The building had been locked since 6 p.m. and I had been working in my cubicle, isolated from the rest of the office. I grabbed my phone and called a colleague who worked late sometimes, hoping that they might be around to help calm my nerves. The phone rang several times before going to voicemail. Of course, no one was here. I didn't want to panic, but the unease continued to creep up my spine like a slow-moving shadow. There was a momentary flicker of light outside my office, like the shadow of someone moving past the windows. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor as I moved towards the window. I tried to peer outside, but it was pitch black. There was no one in sight. The building was supposed to be locked, and the security guard should have been stationed at the front desk. Still, the feeling that someone was nearby watching me kept growing stronger. I tried to tell myself that I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe it was stress, a result of working too late. But then I checked the timestamp on the last email that had come through. It was sent just seconds after I had read the first one. It was almost as if the sender had been watching me, waiting for me to react. I opened the email again. The message was short and simple. "I'm closer now." My breath caught in my throat. There was no way anyone could be in the building. The security camera should have caught anyone sneaking in, and I hadn't heard anything. But the words in the email made me feel like someone was indeed close, lurking in the shadows just out of sight. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my bag and phone. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I leave? Should I stay and try to figure out who was sending these messages? If someone had hacked my email, why were they still sending them to me? It didn't make sense. The unease gnawed at me, and my thoughts spiraled, getting more and more frantic. I reached for the office phone, but before I could dial the security desk, another email popped up. "Look behind you." My heart leaped into my throat. I whipped my head around toward the door, expecting to see someone standing there. But there was nothing, just the empty hallway, bathed in dim light from the overhead fixtures. I stared at the door, my breath shallow. It felt like an eternity before I could bring myself to look back at my computer screen. Another message arrived. I can hear your heart. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. How could this be happening? Who would do something like this? The logical part of me screamed that it was some sick joke. But the messages were starting to feel too real, too immediate. My mind raced back to the fact that the emails were coming from my own account. No one should have access to that, unless they'd been watching me for a while. I decided I had to leave. There was no way I was staying in that office another minute. I grabbed my things and hurried toward the door, my feet moving faster than my thoughts. But just as I reached for the handle, the lights flickered. The building had never experienced power issues before, so it startled me, but I shook it off. Maybe the storm outside was causing interference. But then the lights went out completely, plunging the office into darkness. I froze. For a long moment I stood in the dark, unable to move, unable to think. My phone was in my hand, but the screen was too dark to help me see. I heard a faint noise like the soft tapping of footsteps coming from somewhere down the hall. My blood ran cold. I wasn't alone anymore. I quickly grabbed my phone, turning on the flashlight. I scanned the hallway, but there was nothing. No one. The footsteps stopped, and the air felt thick, heavy with something unexplainable. My hands were trembling as I fumbled to unlock my phone and call security. But before I could dial, another email came through. This one was different from the others. The subject line simply read, "Goodbye," and inside there was only one sentence, "You were never alone." The power came back on suddenly, and the lights flickered back to life. The building seemed to return to normal, but I was anything but calm. I grabbed my things, my heart pounding in my chest, and ran out of the office. I didn't look back. When I got home, I immediately changed my email password and checked every security measure I could. I reported the incident to my company, and they launched an investigation. It turned out that someone had gained unauthorized access to the building security system, manipulating the cameras and triggering the email system remotely. The person responsible was caught, but the unease lingered long after the incident was resolved. It was the kind of experience that left a mark, and every time I walked past my office in the weeks that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still watching me from the shadows. Story 50. I had always been cautious about online dating. I had heard enough horror stories to be wary, but curiosity got the better of me one evening. After months of scrolling through profiles and swiping left or right, I finally decided to take the plunge. I crafted my profile carefully, making sure to pick flattering pictures and a bio that was genuine, yet not overly personal. I didn't expect anything extraordinary, just some harmless conversation. But when I received my first match, I felt a mix of excitement and caution. She seemed nice enough. Her messages were polite, friendly, and she seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We exchanged pleasantries for a couple of days, talking about work, hobbies, and our favorite books. It was a refreshing change from the usual shallow conversations I had experienced in the past. Her name was Emily, and we quickly bonded over our shared love for mystery novels. Everything felt completely normal, and I allowed myself to relax, thinking maybe I had finally found someone worth talking to. That was until one evening when I came home from work. I had a long, exhausting day, and all I wanted was to unwind. I made a cup of tea and sat down at my computer, checking my phone for any new messages. There was an alert from Emily. It wasn't just a message though, it was a photo. My curiosity piqued. I clicked on it without thinking. The moment the image loaded, my blood ran cold. It was a photo of my bedroom window. I stared at the picture, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. The shot was taken at an angle that was eerily familiar. It showed the exact view from the street outside my apartment, a view I had never shared with anyone. The light from my room illuminated the curtain, casting a soft glow that made it clear this photo was taken at night. The timing was unsettling. I was sitting in my living room, looking out the window from the other side. I immediately felt a pit form in my stomach. My heart raced, and I struggled to breathe normally. How did she know what my bedroom window looked like? How had she gotten that close to my apartment without me noticing? I rechecked the message, wondering if there had been a mistake, but the message was clear. Beautiful view, Emily had written. You should close the curtains though. People can see right in. A chill ran through me as I realized that the only way she could have gotten that shot was if she had been watching me. My hands began to shake. I quickly locked the door, checking the peephole to make sure no one was outside. Nothing. Just the quiet of the night, the faint hum of the city in the distance. I didn't know what to do. Should I confront her? Report her? My mind raced with possibilities, none of them good. My immediate thought was to block her, but I hesitated. What if she was just trying to mess with me, testing the waters for a reaction? The logical part of me screamed to just walk away, delete the app, and put this behind me. But there was another part of me, the part that was still intrigued, that wanted to understand what was happening. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm myself. I couldn't just ignore this, though. If someone had been outside my apartment, watching me, they might still be out there. The unsettling feeling of being watched crept up my spine. I needed to be certain that I wasn't imagining things. I opened the blinds slightly, peering out at the street below. There was no sign of anyone. The street was empty, save for a few cars parked along the curb. No one was loitering, no figures standing in the shadows. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I turned back to my phone, contemplating the next step. After a few moments, I sent a message to Emily. How did you get that photo? I typed, my fingers trembling slightly. The response came almost immediately. I'm just looking out for you. You shouldn't be so trusting, you know. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. They were chilling, but they didn't make sense. Was she trying to warn me? Or was this just part of some twisted game? I couldn't tell, and the uncertainty made me feel even more vulnerable. I decided to be firm. I'm not sure what you're playing at, but if you're outside my window, you need to leave. This isn't funny. It took a while for her to reply. When she finally did, the message was short, and the tone was completely different. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just very interested in getting to know you better. The sudden shift in tone made my skin crawl. It felt like manipulation, like she was trying to backpedal after realizing how much she had freaked me out. I didn't respond, instead choosing to close the app and turn off my phone. I needed some space to think. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the building, every gust of wind against the window had me on edge. I kept thinking about the photo, about how close she had been to my apartment. I wondered if I had missed any signs before that. Had I seen anyone lingering outside? Had I been followed? No. The next morning, I took the bus to work, still feeling on edge. I kept my eyes peeled, half expecting to see someone watching me from a distance, but there was nothing. Just the normal flow of people going about their day. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over. The situation didn't make sense. How could Emily have gotten that photo? And why would she send it to me? Was she someone with bad intentions? Or was she just socially awkward, trying to make a connection in a way that came off as creepy? Later that afternoon, I received another message from Emily, this time without a photo. "I'm sorry about earlier. I realized that was a bit much. I won't bother you again." I stared at the screen for a moment, unsure of how to respond. Part of me wanted to block her and delete everything, but the other part of me hesitated. Could I trust her? Was she truly apologetic, or was this another attempt to keep me hooked? In the end, I blocked her without responding. It felt like the safest thing to do, but the feeling of unease lingered long after I had gone through with it. I didn't tell anyone about it, unsure of how to explain the strange, unsettling experience without sounding paranoid. But I never felt the same in my apartment after that. Every time I glanced out the window, I wondered if someone might be watching from the street, waiting for me to let my guard down. I learned a valuable lesson that day about being cautious, not just with online dating, but with who you let into your life, whether physically or digitally.